Chapter 30, 187. When the 3,000 martial paths were fully displayed, many imperial emperors were extremely shocked. Although not every one of the 3,000 martial paths was so powerful that it made them tremble in fear, the top 100 martial paths could even be combined with the great path that they cultivated. This meant that Yi Shiwen had at least 100 Emperor Lord's great Tao. How could such a person not be powerful? At this moment, they seemed to understand why Yi Shiwen, the martial emperor, could become famous in the world just a few years after he came from another world. Not to mention anything else. Just the act of cultivating the 3,000 martial Tao at the same time was simply crazy to the extreme. If they were to cultivate the 3,000 martial Tao at the same time, it would be equivalent to being useless. They might not be able to achieve Tao and become Emperor Lords in this lifetime. Dark Shadow Emperor, you're only at this level. How dare you meddle in other people's business? Yi Shiwen's eyes burst with shocking murderous intent. You don't have to be anxious today. All of you will die. The Dark Shadow Emperor saw that Yi Shiwen had completely ignored him and was instantly furious. The long saber in his hand slashed down again. In the void, thousands of saber shadows appeared. Each of them was like an ancient mountain pressing down, with unimaginable power, smashing the heavens. See how I break your unique skill. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar, and the demon wings behind him suddenly spread open. His entire body was like a meteor, directly breaking through the raging waves of vitality, and instantly rushed in front of the Dark Shadow Emperor. The seal of the Martial Emperor was rotating above his head, and it had absorbed the 3,000 martial arts into it. The seal of the Martial Emperor smashed down on the spot. Bang! 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 A series of collisions sounded. The Martial Emperor's seal grew bigger and bigger, instantly crushing all the saber lights. The Dark Shadow Emperor saw the Martial Emperor's seal pouncing directly at him with a fierce momentum, as if it was going to kill him completely. He was shocked and immediately retreated. At the same time, the long saber in the Dark Shadow Emperor's seal's hand bloomed with countless law talismans. It swallowed and spat out amazing saber lights, constantly creating holes in the sky. His saber slashed down directly towards Yi Shiwen. It was another astonishing saber technique that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It was extremely amazing. Facing such a terrifying attack, Yi Shiwen did not dodge at all. He just clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. 6 paths of reincarnation. I don't care what kind of monster you are. Break them all. Yi Shiwen's fist momentum soared to the limit. He did not dodge at all. He punched out a punch, and his punch collided with the Tao tool in the hands of the Dark Shadow Emperor seal. Every slash of the long saber in the Dark Shadow Emperor's hand had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Ordinary rulers would be cut in half on the spot. Every time the blade emitted a light, there would be a metallic sound, making people feel as if they had been cut. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be if it cut a person's body. Even an imperial emperor would not be an exception. Even emperors would be emperors would be emperors. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen's fist would explode, they discovered that Yi Shiwen's fist was exuding a kind of golden light, forming a kind of wonderful texture, as if the Great Way had been engraved on it. The saber landed on the emperor's fist. There were only a series of sparks. It was not enough to destroy the emperor's fist. On the contrary, when the blade of the emperor seal came into contact with Yi Shiwen, it was as if Yi Shiwen's fist had really hurt the emperor. Buzz! The Dark Shadow Emperor could sense that his entire arm was trembling. In this direct collision, Yi Shiwen's astonishing power had been completely unleashed. Those who could cultivate to the Imperial Lord realm, no matter what method they used, would not have too weak physical bodies. The so-called strength was only relative to Imperial Lords. However, he could feel the huge disparity between him and Yi Shiwen at this moment. He finally understood why the Stone Emperor had suffered such a huge loss when he had fought against Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's battle had been completely unreasonable. He had crushed everything by relying on his tyrannical strength. This kind of fighting style looked ordinary, but in reality it was very difficult to deal with. Unless one's strength could completely surpass him and crush him, there was really no way to deal with this kind of attack. A battle like this could only be forced to endure. But before the Emperor could react, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. There was a shocking burst of divine light. He blasted another punch. Behind him, a six-paths roulette appeared. The six-paths roulette rotated. With every rotation, the momentum of Yi Shiwen's fist increased. It became more and more terrifying towards the end. His fist seemed to be able to contain the entire world. This fist became stronger and stronger. It was not fast, but the momentum of the fist was terrifying. Even the Dark Shadow Emperor was able to see that clearly. Damn it, how can he be so strong? I can't let him continue accumulating momentum. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress him. The Emperor roared into the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence on the long saber. Then he slashed down with lightning speed. Bang! The fist and the long saber collided in the air. By the time the Emperor reacted, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen's fist had already reached its peak. Crack, crack! A terrifying shock wave swept out in all directions, accompanied by a cracking sound that made one's teeth hurt. Immediately after, everyone saw that the long sword in the Shadow Emperor's hand began to crumble inch by inch, and the laws contained in it were completely shattered on the spot. These fragments sputtered in the void, like a meteor that filled the sky, shooting out violently. Many experts on the Holy Mountain of Light had no time to dodge. They were bombarded by the fragments and killed on the spot. There was even an Emperor who was caught off guard. The fragments directly blasted a big hole in his chest. Many people were shocked. They quickly propped up their protective shields and quickly retreated in all directions. They couldn't get too close. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to dodge in time and would be killed directly. The Dark Shadow Emperor was shocked. Yi Shiwen was able to shatter his Dao tool with a single punch. How tyrannical was the power of this punch! He couldn't care less about his Dao tool. He quickly retreated and was about to escape. He knew that he had encountered a top expert who was definitely not an ordinary person. If he continued, he might be killed. At this moment, he began to regret stepping into the mine on behalf of the Stone Emperor. Don't go. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you like a stray dog now? Yi Shiwen sneered. These words almost made the Emperor spit out a mouthful of blood. He had been arrogant all his life. He had never been so embarrassed. He was actually called a stray dog. However, he also knew that this was not the time to fight with Yi Shiwen. Where there's life, there's hope. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was getting closer and closer, the Emperor quickly shouted, Stone Emperor, Light Emperor, what are you waiting for? Do you want to see him continue to be arrogant? The Emperor's words made the two of them tremble. Although they were competitors in front of Yi Shiwen, this competition seemed to be nothing. If they couldn't defeat Yi Shiwen, they would all die. In fact, it should be said that with Yi Shiwen's ruthlessness, it was certain that he would die. The masters of the Dark Tribe flew out to help the Dark Shadow Emperor without the need for anyone else's instructions. A few of the Dark Race's Imperial Emperors took the lead and flew over to them. Don't come over, the Emperor shouted. He knew how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. These people would not be able to do anything. The advantage of numbers was useless to Yi Shiwen. This was evident from the fact that he dared to break into the Light Saint Mountain alone. When a person was strong enough, he could indeed ignore many things. That was why the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor dared to break into the Buzhou Mountain alone. He knew that no matter how many humans there were, they could not do anything to him. Even if they used the Sui Sovereign's power, the most they could do was drive him away. They could do nothing to him. But it was too late. Yi Shiwen raised his sword and slashed down at the dark race's experts. The sword light split into countless sword lights in the sky and fell down like meteors. PFFF! 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 Many of the experts of the dark race didn't even have time to scream before they were slashed into a mist of blood. In the dark race, in the dark province, they were indeed high and mighty figures. But here, they couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yi Shiwen. The difference between an imperial emperor and a non-eternal emperor was just too great. Even the few leading sovereign emperors were slashed on the spot. They were stronger, and their vitality was also more tenacious. The sword did not manage to kill them. Even so, they were heavily injured, and all of them were slashed down from the sky. The imperial emperors screamed in pain. No matter what cultivation level they were, they could only hold on for a little longer. Yi Shiwen's second wave of sword rain blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was like a Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. Soon, these sovereign emperors couldn't hold on any longer. Their primordial spirits were directly destroyed, and they turned into a rain of blood that covered the sky. On the Light Saint Mountain, there was a river of blood everywhere. The Light Saint Mountain, which used to be bright day and night, was now tainted by the blood. The blood of these imperial emperors was extremely destructive. Every drop could destroy an array formation. Roar! The emperor roared in anger. These were the elites of the dark race, but they were all dead in a day. It would take years for the dark race to train them again. They had worked so hard for so many years, and now they were back to normal. Chapter 3188. Those from the dark race who were able to come here were the elites of the elites. Although they did not bring all of their top experts, they had brought more than half of them. Now, Yi Shiwen had slaughtered them all. It was not an exaggeration to say that the dark race had regressed thousands of years ago. Who knew how many years it would take for these experts to accumulate? And the appearance of sovereign lords had nothing to do with time. To a large extent, it had to do with one's clan's karmic luck, as well as some coincidences. Only then could a sovereign lord be born. The loss of each of these experts was more than the loss of all the other experts combined. This made the Dark Shadow Emperor even more distressed. The loss of several emperor-level experts was enough to cause the status of the dark race to plummet. Although the dark race had an absolute advantage in the dark race, there were also other races living in the dark race, just like the light race in the human race. They might not even be able to suppress them, and eventually allow other races to rise. This was the relationship between the human race and the light race in the human race. He stared at Yi Shiwen with a pair of bloodshot eyes. He did not expect Yi Shiwen to be so ruthless. Yi Shiwen was holding the Avicii sword. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. His green robe was fluttering in the wind. His figure was thin, and he looked a little weak. But at this time, in the eyes of everyone, he had become a peerless Azura. He looked indifferent, as if he was slaughtering some insignificant ants. In fact, before coming here, Yi Shiwen had already decided that none of these people would be able to escape. He could accept the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor because, although the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was strong, he was alone. His race was not strong enough to pose a fundamental threat to the human race. Whether it was the light race, the dark race, or the stone race, they all had countless clansmen. Their experts were unimaginable. They were comparable to the human race. Within the 4 states, the human race was enough. The other races had to be suppressed and weakened to the point where they could not compete with the human race. After this group of people died, there would be no obstacles for the rise of the human race within the 4 states. Even if the other races wanted to restore their current strength, it would take at least tens of millions of years. With the resources of the 4 prefectures, and with him as the leader, the human race would be able to completely dominate the 4 prefectures in tens of millions of years, leaving the other races in the dust. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had no intention of letting them go. The rise of the human race was destined to not be without wind and waves. It was fine even if it was accompanied by endless slaughter. This was not the case for the invincible overlord in the world. "Go, we must kill him," the Dark Shadow Emperor said with his eyes wide open. The Stone Emperor had also joined the battlefield. He could tell from Yi Shiwen's vicious and merciless style that he had displayed a moment ago that an even more terrifying possibility had occurred to him. That was, Yi Shiwen wasn't planning to suppress them to establish his might. Instead, he was planning to kill them all. He asked himself, "I would have chosen to do the same if I were in an absolute advantageous position. But I didn't think that Yi Shiwen would be in an absolute advantageous position when he came alone." Now that Yi Shiwen's astonishing strength had been completely exposed, he was at least at the peak of the seventh realm. He was far stronger than either of the two of them. Under such circumstances, there was no guarantee that Yi Shiwen wouldn't have the intention to kill them all. It wasn't just the Stone Emperor. Everyone present was a big shot who could turn the world upside down with just a stomp of their feet. They were meticulous and ruthless. They didn't mind using the most vicious thoughts to speculate on Yi Shiwen's intentions. Originally, everyone thought that they could at most bow their heads to Yi Shiwen. With the Dark Shadow tribe taking the lead, Yi Shiwen couldn't possibly kill them all. At most, he could recruit them. That was already the worst situation. But now, it seemed that Yi Shiwen actually had the intention to kill them all. Cold sweat immediately broke out on their backs. How vicious and merciless was he? Although they were usually high and mighty and regarded the low-level cultivators as ants, they could kill them if they wanted to. But the premise was that they were the ones in charge. But in this situation, it was not up to them to make decisions. Thinking of this, everyone who had already raised their martial power to guard against Yi Shiwen pushed their martial power to the extreme. In an instant, countless powerful auras of different sizes wreaked havoc on the Holy Light Mountain. The entire human province felt that the sky and earth had changed color, and on Mount Buzhou, the expressions of the human emperor and Fengyi sure instantly changed. Although Yi Shiwen's massacre was shocking, now that all the experts on the Holy Light Mountain were going to attack Yi Shiwen was probably in danger. That was equivalent to less than half of the experts in the 4 provinces. Even if the divine kings of the quasi-emperor level couldn't pose a fundamental threat to Yi Shiwen, it would be a completely different story if those sovereign emperors went all out. Don't worry, human emperor. Since the patrol inspector has decided on such a strategy, he must have already prepared for it. Let's not act rashly. Once there's a change, it's not too late for us to act. Fengyi sure looked at the human emperor and said. The human emperor nodded. He also agreed with Fengyi Shi's judgment. He also didn't believe that Yi Shiwen didn't take these things into consideration when he made this suggestion. Since Yi Shiwen had considered it, he must have his own confidence. That was why he decided to wait and see first before making a decision. The patrolling envoy must not be allowed to come out. After the previous war, in his heart, Yi Shiwen had become the hope of the human race. Whether the human race could change this half-dead situation or not, all depended on Yi Shiwen. In the face of everyone's bursting aura, Yi Shiwen didn't move at all. His expression didn't change at all. Since all of you are here to die, then die together. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. The aura on his body also burst to the extreme. Such a battle could be said to be the most intense battle since his debut. Even when he fought against the foreign creatures in Stormwind City, he wasn't surrounded by so many experts. His body rippled with the fluctuation of law, spreading in all directions. Wisps of dense purple gas dispersed. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen moved all of a sudden. His figure suddenly disappeared, and he flew directly towards the Stone Emperor and the Dark Shadow Emperor. These two were the strongest among them. Their cultivation was at the 7th realm, and they could even pose a certain threat to Yi Shiwen. Similarly, because of this, as long as he killed these two, the others were just prisoners waiting to die. It was not a big deal at all. Clang! The sword of Avicii finally made its move. In an instant, it slashed down like a galaxy, splitting the world apart. A loud, buzzing sound spread in all directions. It was as if there were countless gods of the sword chanting sutras, sitting cross-legged in the depths of the universe, suppressing everything in all directions. Yi Shiwen's swordsmanship cultivation was thoroughly displayed at this time. He attacked the Dark Shadow Emperor. In the previous battle, the Dark Shadow Emperor was already injured by him. He wanted to kill the Dark Shadow Emperor. As the saying goes, it is better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. The Dark Shadow Emperor looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. There was a blood-red light in his eyes, and the shadows around him spread out in the void, turning into a long saber that he held in his hand and attacked Yi Shiwen. Boom! There was a loud roar. The long saber and the long sword collided fiercely. Everyone only saw that the Avicii sword was only slightly sluggish. Immediately after, it cut through the long saber formed by the shadows in the Dark Shadow Emperor's hand, as if it was cutting through tofu. Although this long saber was not a Dao tool, it could have been in a stalemate with a Dao tool for some time. It was a pity that it encountered Yi Shiwen and was immediately cut apart by the sword. Puff! The sword light pierced through the Dark Shadow Emperor's body. His body was torn apart and golden blood spilled out. Yi Shiwen's sword had almost pierced through his heart and killed him. But even so, he was still severely injured. However, the Dark Shadow Emperor did not seem to care about this at all. He did not intend to say anything at all. He just roared and rushed towards Yi Shiwen again. He was right next to Yi Shiwen. He directly attacked Yi Shiwen. It hit Yi Shiwen's body on the spot. However, it was completely consumed by Yi Shiwen's time robe. It could not hurt Yi Shiwen at all. However, this terrifying power was spreading. Yi Shiwen took a step back slightly. After the Dark Shadow Emperor was injured, his combat power was not as good as before. However, his threat was even greater. It was because he seemed to have gone crazy. Previously, his elite clansmen had been slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. He was practically crying tears of blood from his eyes. On the other side, the Stone Emperor's attack also arrived in an instant. Although he no longer had a Dao weapon, the Heavenly Venerate's horn on his head had been pushed to its limits, exploding with unimaginably terrifying power. The punch twisted the universe and petrified the heaven and earth. In an instant, a terrifying power spread over. Clang! Yi Shiwen's devil wings completely wrapped around him and blocked this powerful punch. You're courting death! Yi Shiwen wanted to go one step further and counterattack the Stone Emperor. However, at this time, the other Emperor Lords appeared and surrounded Yi Shiwen. Although their strength was relatively not as strong, it was enough to pose a threat to Yi Shiwen. And the person leading them was the Holy Lord of Light. At this time, many formations on the Holy Mountain of Light were activated and aimed directly at Yi Shiwen. It was the divine kings and quasi-emperors who were presiding over these formations that increased the power of these formations by several levels. They were also able to pose a threat to the Emperor Lords. These attacks were very complicated. They had arrived almost in an instant. They had blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They had instantly submerged Yi Shiwen. Chapter 3189. Countless attacks engulfed Yi Shiwen in an instant. It seemed as if everything between the heavens and the earth had disappeared. All the images and all the sounds had been engulfed. No one cared about anything else. They were only focused on that figure in the void. Is he dead? Everyone was looking forward to this. They hoped that the figure in front of them would die. Today's battle had given them a huge shock. In the face of Yi Shiwen's strength, they seemed to have become the ants that were wantonly killed by him in the past. They had no ability to resist. Many people began to regret at this time. If they knew that things would turn out like this, they would have lowered their heads and given him some face. That way, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But at this time they had no other choice. If they let Yi Shiwen escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention the human race. Just the Fortune God dynasty's accusations alone would be too heavy for them to bear. Attacking the patrol envoy of the Fortune God dynasty was tantamount to rebellion. If Yi Shiwen died, no one would say anything for him. But if he didn't die, then the Fortune God dynasty's accusations would make these people tremble in fear. That behemoth had ruled the Fortune God dynasty for far too long. No one could compete with it. Swish! An astonishing sword light was slashed out in the void, instantly cutting these attacks apart. The sword light grew larger and larger, like an ancient mountain range, directly slashing down on the Holy Radiance Mountain. Rumble! There was a deafening roar, and all the palaces on the Holy Mountain of Light were reduced to ashes. Although the palaces had already been refined into magic tools, they were nothing in the face of the sword aura. They were reduced to ashes on the spot. Even the entire Holy Mountain of Light was slashed open, creating a 1,000-foot abyss. It was unknown how many of the formations on the Holy Radiance Mountain were destroyed. Those divine kings and quasi-emperors who were hiding in the formations and presiding over the formations had long been slashed into a cloud of blood mist. They didn't even have the time to scream. This astonishing sword light came to an end. Everyone finally saw the source of the sword light. A green figure was floating above the Holy Radiance Mountain, holding a long sword in his hand and wearing an indifferent smile on his face. "Go!" one of the sovereign emperors roared. Before he could make a move, he saw a cyan figure appear in front of him. The seal of the martial emperor was spinning above the cyan figure's head. 3,000 martial arts also manifested in an instant and smashed down fiercely. Bang! The sovereign emperor did not even have time to react before he was hit by the martial emperor seal. The protective magic items on his body exploded one after another. They could not withstand the attack of such a terrifying power. Then his physical body exploded on the spot. However, before he could retreat and reassemble his physical body, a beam of sword chi tore through the sky and slashed at him. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The soul of the emperor hadn't even managed to escape when it was chopped into pieces by Yi Shiwen's sword. Everything had been annihilated by the sword chi of the Avicii sword. Yi Shiwen was no longer the same person who had just entered the sovereign emperor realm. He had fought with the sovereign emperors many times and killed many of them. He already knew how to kill the most efficiently. The physical body of the sovereign emperor was very difficult to kill. Even if only one cell remained, it could recover quickly. However, the soul of the sovereign emperor was not so terrifying. The soul of the sovereign emperor usually hid in every cell in the physical body. It was impossible to kill it. Only when the physical body was destroyed would it condense first. At this moment, it was the best and only chance to kill the sovereign emperor. After the soul was killed, even if the physical body was not destroyed, it would be useless. The sovereign emperor would still die. Everyone seemed to have just recovered from the shock of Yi Shiwen instantly killing the sovereign emperors, because it was not up to them at all. Yi Shiwen was too strong, and his killing speed was too fast. He actually chased after the other sovereign emperors on the spot. Yi Shiwen had originally planned to capture the ringleader first. He had planned to kill the Stone Emperor and the Dark Shadow Emperor first, and then deal with the rest of the people. However, it seemed that the others hadn't given him this opportunity. So he immediately changed his mind. Whoosh! When Yi Shiwen reappeared, he was already in front of the Radiant Saint Emperor. The Radiant Saint Emperor was both shocked and furious. He could already tell that Yi Shiwen was clearly planning on picking on the weak first. However, what infuriated him the most was that he had actually become the weak one. It was easy to imagine how furious he was. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about the anger in his heart. He just slashed down with his sword. It was like a waterfall, and it split the world into pieces. The space enchantment on the Holy Mountain was split into two halves by this sword in an instant. A pair of wings directly flew out from the Radiant Saint Emperor's back, blocking the sword light. This was his Dao tool, the Radiant Wings. He had refined his own wings into a Dao tool, which could become his most advantageous weapon. Clang! The sword light and the Radiant Wings collided fiercely. The heavens and the earth wailed, as if they could not withstand such power, and collapsed. The radiant wings trembled, and countless feathers on them were blown off. The radiant Saint Emperor's eyes widened. He felt the terrifying power shaking and sweeping through his wings. He took many steps back, but he still felt the terrifying power wreaking havoc on his body. This was the first time he knew just how terrifying the existence that the Stone Emperor and the Dark Shadow Emperor were facing was, and just how terrifying the pressure was. It was not that the two of them were too weak, but that the guy in front of him was too powerful. It was no wonder that the Radiant Saint Emperor had treated him as a weakling. From a certain perspective, he was indeed a weakling. He might have regretted it. If he had not resisted back then, he would not have ended up like this. Regardless of the outcome of today's battle, the Radiant clan would be greatly weakened. Who could have known that such a powerful person would suddenly appear in the declining human race? He wouldn't have provoked Yi Shiwen if he had known this earlier. It was a pity that the human race's weakness over the years had made him forget the days when he had developed under the human race's wings. However, he did not have the time to regret now. Yi Shiwen had a huge advantage in this attack, and he pounced on him mercilessly, slashing down with his sword again. Clang! The sword light once again slashed on the wings. A loud roar accompanied it, and it directly turned into lines of the great path. Puff! The Radiant Saint Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. His skills were far stronger than the Emperor who had been killed by Yi Shiwen in 2 moves, but he still could not withstand Yi Shiwen's 2 consecutive slashes. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and he felt as if his internal organs were in turmoil. Fighting Yi Shiwen in person was completely different from watching from the sidelines. It was completely different. Only after fighting did he realize that Yi Shiwen was a monster. Before he could stabilize himself, Yi Shiwen's 3rd slash had already landed. Bang! The Radiant Saint Emperor's wings were sent flying. Before they could fly out, Yi Shiwen grabbed them. The pair of wings wanted to break away from Yi Shiwen on the spot, but Yi Shiwen's hand formed a seal, and the Radiant Saint Emperor sealed them on the spot. The demon wings that Yi Shiwen cultivated were also related to this aspect. There was no doubt that the Radiant Saint Emperor's attainments in this aspect were very profound, especially after refining this pair of wings. When Yi Shiwen used the demon wings again, he could even directly resist Dao tools and even increase his speed by a large margin. After all, Yi Shiwen's original pair of wings were formed from the laws. In the end, there was no way for them to compare to Dao tools. In terms of extreme speed, they were still slightly inferior. This was the main reason why Yi Shiwen wanted to take this pair of wings for himself. After losing the protection of the wings, the Radiant Saint Emperor was sent flying. Die! Yi Shiwen's 4th slash had already landed in an instant. This time, without the protection of the wings, the Radiant Saint Emperor could only grit his teeth and burn his blood essence to resist with all his might. Bang! However, it was still useless. After resisting for a while and struggling for a while, his body was still torn apart by the sword light on the spot, and he was directly cut in half. Poochie! Blood splattered, and bone fragments flew everywhere. The leader of the Light Clan, the Radiant Saint Emperor, was cut in half. On the holy mountain of light, countless members of the Light Clan wept and cried out in alarm when they saw this. However, it was of no use at this time. In a battle of this level, they were completely useless, and they could not help at all. The Radiant Saint Emperor's body still wanted to reassemble, but at this time, Yi Shiwen's next attack had already landed. Boom! The Radiant Saint Emperor's powerful body was finally smashed into pieces, and the spirit within it was also destroyed by the sword light that followed closely behind. The speed of Yi Shiwen's series of attacks was too fast. It was so fast that before anyone could react, the Radiant Saint Emperor, who was at the peak of the 6th realm, had already been killed. By the time the others reacted, it was already too late. Fight it out with him. At this time, the few remaining rulers of the Light Clan had completely gone mad. Being forced to this point, it was impossible for them not to fight with their lives on the line. Now that the Radiant Saint Emperor had fallen, they had no one to rely on. They could only rely on themselves. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of them. He rushed into the midst of the experts of the Light Clan and began a massacre. Puchi! 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 Yi Shiwen's killing efficiency was astonishing. In a short period of time, the Light Clan had already suffered heavy losses. Chapter 3190. In front of Yi Shiwen, no matter if it was a quasi-emperor or an emperor-king, it would be difficult for them to resist. An emperor-king might be able to block 2 more strikes, but that was all. There was not much difference in essence. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts was too dazzling. It was as if 3,000 galaxies were shining at the same time. He could create a large number of martial arts clones at any time. Although these martial arts clones might not be able to do anything to an emperor king, it was tantamount to a disaster for a quasi-emperor or a divine king. These people could not even withstand a single strike from Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts. But for these experts of the Light Clan, there was no other way, because other clans could retreat, but they could not. This was the holy mountain of their clan, and also the core of their rise. If Yi Shiwen conquered the holy mountain, then half of the Light Clan would be scattered. As the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. But Yi Shiwen was planning to burn down their mountains. However, they were still nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. Their blood flowed like a river, and it rained blood from both the sky and the ground. The entire holy mountain was submerged in this blood. The mountain was shaking as if it was crying. Yi Shiwen died. On the other side, the Shadow Emperor had already rushed up. The elites of his clan were also slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. He had gone crazy. The long blade in his hand surged and transformed into millions of shadows. He slashed towards Yi Shiwen. He was fighting with his life on the line. He wanted to inflict serious damage to Yi Shiwen, not only because Yi Shiwen had slaughtered the experts of the Dark Race, but most importantly, they had no chance of winning in front of Yi Shiwen. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Stone Emperor had also pounced over. The 2 emperors of the 7th realm had surrounded Yi Shiwen, and they were engaged in a fierce battle as if they were watching a lantern on horseback. The only ones who did not make any big moves were the experts of the Thunder Lake. They were all frightened by Yi Shiwen's momentum, and they were also warned by the Thunder Emperor. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had ruled the Thunder Lake for countless years, so he had deployed many troops. Therefore, even his subordinates were afraid of his many years of accumulated power. Moreover, they knew that it would be useless even if they rushed up to attack Yi Shiwen at this time. After all, they couldn't even block a single move from Yi Shiwen. At this time, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was wholeheartedly helping Yi Shiwen because he knew very well that if he let these people escape, then they would retaliate crazily. At that time, he wouldn't have a good time either. It would be better to kill them all. In that case, his status in the 4 regions would also soar overnight, and he would only be below Yi Shiwen. At the same time, on Buzhou Mountain, the human sovereign and Fengyi seemed to have made a decision. Fengyi family, the inspector, is fighting for the human race. Even though we are not as strong as the inspector, we can't just sit here and wait for the reward. Human sovereign frowned and said, "Human sovereign, what do you mean?" asked Fengyi. "It's very simple. Since it's a fight to the death, then we have to do our best. Mobilize the Tao army and surround the holy mountain of light. None of these people can escape." Human sovereign squinted his eyes and exuded the aura of a supreme master. Even though he wasn't as strong as Yi Shiwen, he was the leader of the race after all. How could he lack courage? Human sovereign and I have the same idea. The rise of our race can't only rely on the inspector. Fengyi family nodded slightly and said, "Now that more than half of the experts of the Light Clan have been killed by the inspector, the rest are too weak to withstand a single blow. I haven't fought for many years. This time, I will personally lead the vanguard and completely destroy the Tao army of the Light Clan. I will break their backbone in one fell swoop." I will take back the human region for the human race and dominate the 4 regions. Which Emperor level character hadn't been stunning for a while. Although the sharpness of the human race had been restrained in recent years, the lofty aspirations in the hearts of these 2 people had been awakened in an instant when they saw Yi Shiwen sweeping away all the enemies. Yes, this time we must establish the supreme prestige of our race. Let's go. Under human sovereign's command, the most amazing Tao army of the entire human race finally emerged. The Tao army, which was originally only to protect the human race, finally showed its fangs again. Under the leadership of Fengyi family, they rushed out of Mount Buzhou, stepped into the teleportation array one by one, and teleported to the territory of the Light Clan. The human race hadn't fought across borders for many years. However, when the human race ruled the human region, they still set up many giant teleportation arrays for circulation. At this time they came in handy. This was the so-called Foundation. A large number of human race troops appeared on the territory of the Light Clan immediately. An entire Light Clan suddenly became nervous. Woo woo woo. Bugle horns made from the horns of unknown vicious beasts rumbled, rumbling like muffled thunder. The entire human province was fighting. After being separated for so long, the large-scale flames of war finally descended once more. Roar! What followed closely was a series of roars of fierce beasts. The roars pierced through the clouds and spread across the sky. Pairs of human knights leaped out like fish, soaring into the sky. Their bodies were covered in thick scales, looking extremely terrifying. Behind them, huge fierce beasts trampled in all directions from time to time. The foundation that the human race had accumulated for many years emerged all at once. Countless ferocious beasts blotted out the sky. It was as if layers of dark clouds had connected the heavens and the earth, covering the sky. The territory of the Light Clan was trembling. In the territories of the Light Clan, there were many slaves captured by the Light Clan. Generation after generation, they could only serve as slaves for the Light Clan. Many of them were enslaved after the fall of the human clan. Now that the human clan's army had finally arrived, many of the human clan's ancestors who had been enslaved by the Light Clan had tears in their eyes. Finally, the Emperor's army was looking north. This was a massacre. The soldiers of the Light Clan were elites. Otherwise, they would not have been dispatched to the border. However, in the face of the elite Tao soldiers of the human race, they could only be slaughtered. Countless long arrows turned into a rain of arrows and shot out in the void. The strongholds and troops of the Light Clan were destroyed one by one. This rain of arrows was not an ordinary rain of arrows. Every arrow could blow up a part of the world. They were all specially made divine instruments and were very powerful. As soon as the battle began, the army of the Light Clan was defeated. They were constantly collapsing, and one stronghold after another was captured. The Tao soldiers of the human race had shown amazing destructive power. No matter what kind of stronghold it was, it could not withstand a single blow from them. Kill them all. Avenge our fallen compatriots. Many people roared and rushed forward. The people in the fallen areas had been waiting for this battle for a long time, and so had these human elites. Wherever the army passed, the people of the Light Clan were slaughtered. This was a war of extermination. There was no mercy. If the Light Clan had the power they had today, it would only be a matter of time before the human race was destroyed. There would be no difference. Behind them, more human race troops were appearing in this area through teleportation portals. They charged directly at the light race without forming a team. Kill. The rise of the human race is today. With the power that our ancestors gave us, for the rise of the human race, for the dignity of the human race, fight, fight, fight. Many roars, all of them were released in an instant. The rise of a race could never escape from the conquest of iron and blood. At this moment, human sovereign and Fengyi finally appeared in the army. Both of them were wearing armors. This time it was related to the rise of the human race, so they had to risk their lives. After this battle, the other 3 provinces would soon surrender to the human race, and they would no longer be an obstacle to the human race. In this battle, blood will flow like a river. Every inch of the land will be a monument to the rise of the human race. Human sovereign looked determined. He looked at the battle in the distance. He could hear all kinds of explosions and shouts from afar. As the human army went deeper and deeper, the Light Clan fought back fiercely. "We will win this battle. Kill those who stand in our way." Finni's expression turned even colder. Normally, imperial emperors of the Light Clan would have already joined the battle. Once imperial emperors showed up, the human race's advantage would be gone. Compared to the Light Clan, the human race had too few imperial emperors, especially the Saint Emperor of the Light Clan. The only person they could count on, Sword King, was absent all year round. That was why the human race, which had a stronger foundation, was in a defensive position. Both of them understood that this was a war of extermination. Today's battle would have a far-reaching impact. A powerful race that dominated half of the province would be destroyed today. In the sky and on the ground, the human army was densely packed. Countless battle cries could be heard. Every single one of them was brimming with energy, and a terrifying killing intent was surging in their bodies. Finally, the Light Clan's powerful counterattack appeared. In the sky, battle forts emerged one after another. Each fort had hundreds of thousands, even millions of Light Clan's powerful warriors. These forts looked like huge cities. However, this was a military city, and everything was prepared for the war. These forts flew up into the sky and blocked the human army's attack. Countless torrents of energy swept out from these forts. Many human warriors couldn't dodge in time and were turned into ashes on the spot. The Light Clan was able to fight against the human race and even suppress the human race. Finally, the Light Clan's powerful foundation was shown. They had bought enough time for the fleeing Light Clan's army to regroup. The people of the Light Clan were also furious. They were caught unprepared by the human race. Most of them didn't know what had happened on the Holy Mountain. They were still waiting for the Saint Emperor of the Light Clan to take action and teach the human race a lesson. They might even invade the human race's territory and plunder. Under such circumstances, the battle continued fiercely. Chapter 30, 191. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Both sides were the elites of the elites. The Light Race's war fortresses launched all kinds of terrifying attacks. One war fortress was enough to defend a part of the world, preventing the humans from advancing. On the human side, as the bugle sounded, the war beasts finally appeared. These beasts were as huge as stars, and they trampled down with terrifying power, fighting against the war fortresses. Whether it was the war fortresses or the war beasts, they all required a lot of wealth. Even after obtaining them, they also needed a lot of resources to maintain them. They were not something that a small race could afford. The two races were able to dominate the human continent. At this moment, their trump cards were revealed and they were engaged in the fiercest battle. One after another, the war fortresses were destroyed and the Light Race's experts were also trampled by the human cavalry. One after another, the war beasts were swept away and fell down. Their huge bodies crashed down and created earthquakes and tsunamis. The battle between the two sides was extremely cruel and intense. It was beyond anyone's imagination. It was like the end of the world. With the resistance of these war fortresses, the speed of the human race's advance was undoubtedly much slower. It was not like before, when the human race was like a long arrow that could destroy the defense of the Light Race for thousands of miles, forcing them to retreat in all directions. Human sovereign, it seems like I have to do it myself. You stay in the middle of the army and leave the rest to me. We cannot give the Light Race any time to react. We must break through their defense as soon as possible and enter the Light Saint Mountain. Only then can we become the patrol envoy's right-hand man and kill all the foreign experts. Fengyi finally stood up from his cloud bed and said to the human sovereign, although the human sovereign also wanted to go to the front line. He knew that someone must stay in the middle of the army, and the commander of the army was also indispensable. He had been learning the art of war since he was a child and could be considered as a peerless genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand out from all his competitors and eventually become the Sui sovereign's closed-door disciple. In the end, he even became a monarch. Of course, the human sovereign understood these things. Then you have to be careful. Although most of the light race's experts are stalled or killed by the patrol envoy, it is still hard to say whether or not some of them will escape, said the human sovereign. I understand. After saying that, Fengyi disappeared into the army of human beings. When he reappeared, he was already at the front line of the war. The battle fortress that was spewing astonishing torrents of energy and had consumed countless resources of the light race appeared in front of him. Expand! Fengyi roared. His body expanded in the wind and turned into a Dharma world. He looked like a giant that could support the sky and the earth. Many people from the Light clan looked at the peerless figure in fear. Although they didn't know who he was, they could feel an unprecedented and terrifying pressure from his aura. Bang! Fengyi opened his hand and slapped towards the battle fort like a huge cushion. All of a sudden, the entire battle fort seemed to be hit by an enormous power. Any kind of defense was nothing in front of this huge hand. It was smashed into pieces in an instant, and all the light race's experts inside were killed by the violent power. This was the power of an imperial emperor. In these battle forts, there were even peak-level divine kings and demi-emperors. However, in front of an imperial emperor, these people were nothing. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Only an imperial emperor could fight against an imperial emperor. The others didn't even have the qualification to do so. Oh! Many human knights who followed behind Fengyi roared out in joy. They had been attacking this battle fort for a long time, but it was smashed by Fengyi with a single slap. Such a great power was on their side. How could they not be happy about this? Behind Fengyi, more and more human armies gathered. With Fengyi as the vanguard, he swept across everything in his way. Whether it was the battle fort or the war beasts of the light race, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Fengyi. They were all smashed into pieces. The defensive line that the light race had just stabilized collapsed under Fengyi's attack. This time they couldn't even retreat 1,000 miles away because they were all smashed to death. The light race didn't have the power to stop Fengyi at all. In the sky and on the ground, human cavalries were everywhere. They were invincible, destroying everything in their way. Many of the Light clan's powerful beings were frightened. In front of such a force, no one could resist it. Many of them asked themselves in despair, why hasn't our Imperial Emperor appeared yet? Why hasn't the Light Saint Emperor appeared yet? Why can't he just watch Fengyi clan wreak havoc? This was practically the human race using hacks. This was a BUG. This was not a normal situation at all. Normally, the Imperial Emperor of the Light race should have shown up long ago, but still he didn't. It seemed like the heavens couldn't hear their prayers. At this time, the human cavalry, who were getting more and more obedient, had already gone crazy. Their entire bodies were covered in a layer of blood. This layer of blood was the embodiment of their killing intent, as well as the blood of their enemies on their bodies. As the human army got closer and closer, people could even vaguely see the shadow of the Holy Mountain of Light. Victory was right in front of them. Ever since the rise of the Light race countless years ago, the iron hooves of the human race had not appeared here for a very, very long time. They could not even see the Holy Mountain of Light anymore. As the human army got closer and closer to the Holy Mountain, more and more powerful beings of the Light race came out to resist. Finally, all kinds of alarms were ringing, spreading across millions of miles, shaking people's hearts. Many magic formations were hastily activated, and defensive screens that hadn't been used for many years were all activated at once. No matter how crazy the light race was, they couldn't imagine that the human army could actually reach the front of the holy mountain in one go. Where were those elite troops? Were they all dead? What they didn't know was that it was almost time. The speed at which those people retreated couldn't even keep up with the speed of the human army. They could only die in the hands of the human army. Many of them didn't even have time to spread the news before they died. More and more battle fortresses rose up from the ground. They were supposed to be immortal and invincible, but now they all collapsed under the attacks of the human cavalry. They couldn't hold on at all. Fengyi clan's army had already broken through the defensive line. They couldn't hold on at all. This was a massacre. The human army wasn't on the same level at all. Without an imperial emperor, they couldn't even resist a single attack from Fengyi. Although the troops they deployed at the defensive line were elites, they obviously couldn't resist the attack of such a large army. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even those powerful quasi-emperors couldn't escape. Anyone who dared to show up was killed by Fengyi himself. Once upon a time, the human army at the defensive line was also treated like this by the light race. The light race had more sovereigns than the human race. Hence, as long as a portion of them could restrain him and the human emperor, the rest could attack the human race experts without fear. Those quasi-emperors often had to sacrifice themselves in order to forcibly stop them. Many times, they even had to use the trump cards left behind by the sway sovereign to fend off the light race's attacks. At that time, the light race didn't care about fairness anymore. As long as they could eliminate the strongest human experts, everything would be worth it. This was a war of annihilation. The human experts suffered heavy casualties. This was also why the human race's imperial emperors were weaker than the light race's, even though the human race was stronger. That was because those experts with potential had all been killed and uprooted by the Light Clan. They were not given the chance to grow at all. And now, all of this was returned to the light race. They tasted the pain of not having an imperial emperor to protect them. The quasi-emperors of the light race had no choice but to form arrays and fight against Fengyi. However, it was of no use at all. In just a moment, it was completely destroyed. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Fengyi wasn't a newbie who just became an imperial emperor. He was a 4th-level expert, one of the strongest among the imperial emperors. Many human beings followed behind Fengyi, releasing a sky-shaking intent of killing. Years of suffocation were released in one night, shaking the mountains and rivers, shaking the entire human province. Everything in the world seemed to be quivering under the murderous intent released by this great army, and everything in the world became silent and trembled. The human army was getting stronger and stronger. The vanguard army followed Fengyi family to the Light Mountain, while the middle army, under the command of the human emperor, wiped out the remaining light, kind, powerful beings who had survived the attack and killed them. Sometimes, when they encountered peak-level quasi-emperors, the human sovereign would personally suppress them. Although he wasn't a peerless expert among the imperial emperors, he had no problem suppressing these quasi-emperors. The two cooperated well. The light race suffered heavy casualties. In an instant, they were all wiped out. Because no one could stop them, the Dao soldiers of the light race would be defeated as soon as they gathered. They couldn't form an army like the human army, and if they couldn't form an army, it was like hitting a rock with an egg. They couldn't stop the human army at all. With such a terrifying speed, it didn't take long for the human race's vanguard army to arrive at the foot of the Holy Mountain Light and surround the entire place. Chapter 3192. When they arrived at the foot of the Holy Mountain of Light, they felt waves of terrifying great path shock waves sweeping out from the Holy Mountain of Light. Most of them were blocked by the matrix on the Holy Mountain of Light. Although most of the shock waves were blocked by the arrays on the Holy Light Mountain, there was still a small portion of the shock waves that came pouring out. After surrounding the Holy Light Mountain, the Fengyi clan immediately began to mobilize their forces, sending experts to sweep through the ancestral land of the light race, completely destroying the last foundation of the light race. This was a war to exterminate the human race. There was no room for leniency, and no one wanted to be lenient. The rise of the Light Clan was accompanied by the tragic death of a large number of the human clan members, or the abduction and enslavement. The accumulated hatred between the two parties was as deep as the sea, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. It was just that the human race was not strong enough to shake the light race, so they reluctantly endured it. On the other hand, the light race was also afraid of the human ancestor sway sovereign, which was why they did make a move. Today, the biggest variable and opportunity came to the light race, Yishuin. The military force of the Light Clan had been destroyed in the previous battle. The remaining part could not organize a big counterattack at all. Even if a cornered dog jumped over a wall and fought back before death, it could not change the situation. It was nothing more than a matter of how much it would cost to succeed. However, with the Fengyi clan in the front line and the human sovereign realm in the middle, the remaining experts of the light race couldn't do anything. Even if there was a quasi-emperor who came out from closed-door cultivation, it wouldn't be able to escape from the two human imperial emperors, unless the imperial emperors of the light race escaped from the Holy Light Mountain. But that was even more unrealistic. Although the army was advancing crazily, the Fengyi clan had been paying attention to the battle on the Holy Light Mountain. Normally, there were many barriers and arrays blocking the view, so even the imperial emperors couldn't spy on the situation inside, just like the Bujo Mountain of the human race. However, the battle between the imperial emperors had already broken through the barriers and defenses of the Holy Light Mountain, and there was no defensive barrier. He could see that Yishuin was currently being besieged by many sovereign emperors. There were also many quasi-emperors and god-kings who had joined forces to set up a formation to resist Yishuin. If that was not the case, even if Yishuin stood there and let them hit him, they would not be able to touch a single hair of his. Despite the encirclement of so many experts, Yishuin remained unfazed. The temporal robe on him no longer flickered in and out of existence. Instead, it was completely visible as he constantly struck out with the laws of time. From time to time, a few god-kings and quasi-emperors would be struck by the laws of time, aging at a startling rate before being reduced to a pile of bones. This was a technique that was more terrifying than any attack. These powerful figures who claimed to have transcended beyond the three realms and the five elements, who were unaffected by time, had died a horrible death from just the slightest shockwave. Even sovereign lords were extremely fearful of this technique. Their physical bodies were already indestructible, and they were in harmony with the heavens and the earth. However, it was still a headache to face the laws of time. Although it did not seem like a lot, these sovereign lords often had millions or even tens of millions of years of cultivation. However, it was still a headache if it happened too many times. Yishuin's usage of the laws of time had improved to another level during this period of time. He was able to achieve this under the circumstances of fully activating the temporal robe. Of course, it was not without a price. Yishuin was constantly burning the dragon's vein to obtain a huge amount of spiritual power to continuously activate the temporal robe. In addition to the temporal robe, Yishuin's various techniques also gave these besieging sovereign lords a headache. With the abilities of these sovereign lords, they should be able to figure out some of the rules of the battle very quickly. However, the reality made them have the urge to kneel down. Yishuin's 3,000 martial arts had too many variations. Any martial arts could be drawn out separately. Although he mainly used those few martial arts, he could change them at any time without repeating them. This often left them at a loss as to what to do. This was because every martial art was completely different. Some were sharp, some were heavy, some were as fast as lightning, and some were like a collapsing world. The way to deal with each martial art was different. Yishuin's method of changing attacks midway also gave them a headache. Many experts of the Thunder Lake were suppressed by the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor alone. They didn't dare to step forward. Moreover, after seeing Yishuin's ferocious appearance, they didn't dare to step forward either. It was simply courting death. However, just as they were about to retreat, they discovered something shocking. The Holy Radiance Mountain was actually surrounded, and the human race army had already reached the foot of the Holy Radiance Mountain. In other words, even their retreat route had been blocked. Suddenly, they panicked, especially the few sovereign lords in the Thunder Lake. They almost got up and rushed out of the human race's great formation. They didn't care about the others. They just didn't want to be trapped. However, the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor soon noticed the movements of these people. He shouted, "What are you doing?" Heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, although you have now surrendered to the human race's martial emperor, you are still from the Thunder Lake. Do you really want to let all of us be killed here? And Sovereign Lord of the Thunder Lake stood up and said they could still remain calm before because they didn't have a way out. At worst, they could just escape. However, now that the human race army had surrounded the Holy Light Mountain, it was impossible for them to escape. Once Yishiwen was free, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. At this time, not only the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, but also the Shadow Emperor had also noticed the movements of the many experts of the Thunder Lake. He quickly said, "What's the use of escaping now? Even if you escape to the Thunder Lake, can you escape from the encirclement of the human race army? Why don't you join us and kill this martial emperor?" Many experts of the Thunder Lake couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. Indeed, once Yishiwen was free, they wouldn't be able to escape back to the Thunder Lake, even if they escaped back to the Thunder Lake. Would they still be able to escape when Yishiwen entered the Thunder Lake? Where could they escape to? If they couldn't kill Yishiwen even after joining hands, then what could they do? Thinking of this, many people suddenly had an ominous glint in their eyes. Instead of being chased out of the Thunder Lake like stray dogs and never able to return, it was better to fight with him. That's right. Since we are going to die anyway, let's fight with him. And Sovereign Lord of the Thunder Lake made a decision and stood up and said, "Heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, in the past, we have followed you to rule the Thunder Lake. Now that you have surrendered, you can't just watch us die. If you really want to watch us die, then don't blame us for being impolite." These experts of the Thunder Lake were forced into a dead end. Naturally, they didn't care about the deterrence of the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor. They wanted to fight with the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor. The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor's complexion turned extremely ugly. These people of the Thunder Lake had dared to rebel against him. Although the status of the sovereign lords was equal, he was still the leader. He had already regarded himself as the master of the Thunder Lake. Now, these people's behavior seemed like a rebellion to him. Moreover, could he let these people go? It was simply impossible. Yishiwen could kill him with just a thought, and he would die without a burial place. He was very clear about whether it was the death of a poor Taoist or a fellow Taoist. Both sides didn't want to die. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Another terrifying sovereign lord battlefield was formed in an instant. Heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, it seems that you really want to work for that person. You want us all to die here. And Sovereign Lord of the Thunder Lake said, they didn't want to fight with the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor here if it wasn't necessary. In fact, they didn't even know that the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor had been controlled. Moreover, this matter was also a humiliation for the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor. So, he wouldn't take the initiative to say it. There were many experts in the Thunder Lake. However, the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor was stronger. So, the outcome of this battle couldn't be determined in a short time. The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor just wanted to stall for time until Yishiwen could free up his hands. In that case, all the problems wouldn't be a problem anymore. Then, don't blame us for being impolite. Suddenly, the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor seemed to have received some order. He said, "Wait, what else do you want to say?" And Sovereign Lord quickly said, they didn't want to fight with the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor if they could. It would be a waste of time. So what if they won in the end? The most crucial time would be lost. Have you ever thought of joining the human race's camp in the future? The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor said, the human race has just risen. So, it's not enough to rule the 4 prefectures. So, it's time to recruit people. In that case, why don't you join the human race's camp? With your strength, you'll be in a high position. So, why don't you become the ruler of the 4 prefectures instead of acting like a tyrant in the Thunder Lake? In the future, the human race will rule more places. The experts of the Thunder Lake were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor would want to recruit them. Many quick-witted people immediately realized that the human race indeed wanted to recruit them. So, they would naturally recruit heroes from all over the world after the human race had conquered the 4 prefectures. Otherwise, it wouldn't be realistic for the human race to conquer the 4 prefectures with the strength of a single race. Increasing one's strength wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. It might take millions or even tens of millions of years. At this time, recruiting the heroes of the world to work for one's own use was the most realistic and fastest way to increase one's strength. To the experts of the lightning marsh land, this might be a good way out. Chapter 30, 193. Not having to die was a very good thing in itself. No one would be willing to risk their lives if they weren't forced into a dead end. Moreover, regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, they were very clear that even if they joined forces with Yi Shiwen, they wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. This was because, up until now, Yi Shiwen had not shown any signs of defeat. In contrast, the enemy's experts had fallen one after another. Even the death of an emperor was nothing to them. Moreover, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor's words were very tempting. From being the king of the Thunder Lake land to being the king of the 4 prefectures, this was not the same concept. They weren't stupid. So, they quickly understood why Yi Shiwen was willing to recruit them. The reason was very simple. They had their own clans. However, their clans weren't very big. So, they couldn't pose any threat to the human race. They could recruit and cooperate with each other. After all, the human race couldn't monopolize the land of the 4 prefectures, no matter how powerful they were. The Fortune God dynasty was a huge and powerful existence. Under its rule, there were many sects: dark race, human race, stone race, and other local forces. It was impossible for the human race to monopolize the 4 prefectures, but the light race, stone race, and dark race were different. None of them were weaker than the human race. If it was not for the fact that they were hurt, how could they bow their heads to the human race? This was the biggest difference between the 2 sides. Think about it carefully. If you surrender to the human race, your future will be limitless. If you resist stubbornly, then only death awaits you. Where can you escape to? Do you have a foothold in other places? The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes as he looked coldly at the experts of the Thunder Lake land. The experts of the Thunder Lake land looked at each other in dismay. What the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor said was right. If they were alone, they might be accepted by the Fortune God dynasty. With their strength, they would be the top geniuses wherever they went. Even if they could not make it in the end, they could still gain great benefits by surrendering to the Fortune God dynasty. But if they had a clan with them, then it was hard to say, "I surrender." Finally, someone said after some thought. After one person took the lead, the others couldn't help but voice out one after another. In an instant, the experts of the entire Lightning Lake surrendered. Even if there were some who were unwilling to surrender, they didn't dare to say anything after seeing the general trend. Otherwise, if they were caught by the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, they would be finished. It might be troublesome for the sky-shaking Thunder Monarch to deal with so many of them. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a few people who stood out. On the other side, the battle had also entered the most intense stage. More than half of those god kings and quasi-emperors had already been killed in this series of attacks. This was even under the situation where Yi Shiwen's main energy was used to deal with these sovereign emperors. Otherwise, they would have been annihilated long ago. Puchi! The sword light flickered like starlight, transforming into a river of stars that slashed down ruthlessly. One of the imperial emperors exploded on the spot, and his soul was destroyed. After being slashed by Yi Shiwen several times in succession, He finally lost all ability to resist and was directly bombarded to pieces. Yi Shiwen! An angry roar came from the side. Then, in the void, endless darkness covered everything, and a saber shadow smashed through the sky, slashing down towards Yi Shiwen. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and suddenly opened his eyes. Divine light burst out from his eyes, and his double pupils opened, instantly capturing the position of the Dark Shadow Emperor. He directly turned around and blasted a punch over. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the fist intent turned into a huge 6-paths wheel, which slowly rotated in the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power that continued to condense in the void and then blasted out. Bang! Everyone only heard an incomparably loud bang, and the long saber in the hands of the Dark Shadow Emperor started to crumble inch by inch. Traces of cracks quickly spread all over the long saber, like a dense spider web, and then turned into fragments that flew in all directions. The Dark Shadow Emperor let out a muffled groan, and his hands were actually covered in blood, and it was a bloody mess. Yi Shiwen sneered slightly and directly rushed over again. During this period of time, the Dark Shadow Emperor's constant fighting style had caused him a lot of trouble. Of course, it was not enough to be a fatal threat, even when he had just entered the 7th realm. It was very easy for him to escape unscathed, let alone now. However, if he did not get rid of the Dark Shadow Emperor first, then the battle would drag on for a long time, and he had already decided in his heart to kill the Dark Shadow Emperor now. Yi Shiwen looked up to the sky and roared, and behind him, a 6-paths wheel continued to condense, and it became clearer and clearer. Then he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and then smashed it towards the Dark Shadow Emperor. Damn it, such a strong fist force! The Dark Shadow Emperor retreated, trying to avoid this punch, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen would not give him such a chance, and directly rushed over and smashed his fist down. Don't even think about it. Stone Emperor, who was on the side, shouted. He knew very well that only the 2 of them could restrain Yi Shiwen, and if the Dark Shadow Emperor was seriously injured or killed, then he would be in a very dangerous situation. One by one, the other masters also realized this problem and advanced and retreated together and almost at the same time rushed over. This time, Yi Shiwen did not return the call. He did not want to delay the battle any longer. The human race army had already surrounded the Holy Mountain of Light, and just now he also used the secret voice transmission to ask the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor to summon the many masters of the Thunder Lake land. Now that the overall situation had been determined, there was only his battle left, and there was no point in delaying the battle. On Yi Shiwen's body, the time robe was activated to the extreme, and after the dragon vein was burned, a huge amount of spiritual energy was integrated into the time robe. The time magic robe blossomed with bursts of dazzling divine radiance. Boundless power was being released and transformed into a time domain. Everyone's attacks fell into this domain and were completely engulfed by the power of time. In fact, even attacking Yi Shiwen's body seemed difficult. Only the Stone Emperor's stone energy attack hit Yi Shiwen. But it was useless. It could not break the attack of the time robe, and it could not even stop Yi Shiwen's movement. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of the Dark Shadow Emperor and blasted a punch. Bang! The Dark Shadow Emperor could not block it at all. His dark armor completely turned into ashes under Yi Shiwen's fist force, and his whole chest was hit, and he was sent flying on the spot. Puff! The Dark Shadow Emperor spouted a mouthful of blood. He had been seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's attack. Golden blood sprayed all over the sky. Every drop of it contained the essence of the law of darkness. It was the blood essence of the blood essence. However, it seemed as if it didn't cost anything at all. Again, Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and it seemed as if he had flashed out and caught up with the Dark Shadow Emperor in one step. The martial emperor seal above his head rotated and then smashed down fiercely. Boom! The Dark Shadow Emperor's whole body was like a star, smashing into the Holy Light Mountain, and the whole Holy Light Mountain shook up and down, almost to the point of collapse. If it were not for the protection of the matrix and barrier for many years, perhaps it would have collapsed a long time ago. The Dark Shadow Emperor struggled to get up, but he only felt as if his entire body had fallen apart. All the bones in his body had been broken. Yi Shiwen's strength was too amazing. Even the physical body of an emperor couldn't bear it. Roar! The Dark Shadow Emperor roared, and just when he was about to rush up again, he saw a shocking sword light slashing down fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the Dark Shadow Emperor was slashed by this sword light on the spot. He was already seriously injured. He did not have any strength to fight back, and was slashed on the spot. His whole body exploded on the spot. The spirit tried to struggle to escape, but it was directly killed by the sword light. The Dark Shadow Emperor was finally dead. Oh no! The Stone Emperor thought to himself, oh no! Yi Shiwen's movements were too fast. He could not keep up at all, and could only watch helplessly as the Dark Shadow Emperor died tragically. Right now, there was no one who could restrain Yi Shiwen, and he naturally knew that the situation was not good. Just as he had expected, Yi Shiwen immediately targeted the Stone Emperor after getting rid of the Dark Shadow Emperor. The wings on Yi Shiwen's back suddenly spread out and instantly pierced through the space, appearing in front of the Stone Emperor, and blasted out a straight punch. The Stone Emperor did not dare to be careless, and a kind of stone energy appeared all over his body, protecting him, and only then did he counter with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely, and the sky changed color, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Crack! There was a cracking sound that made people's teeth ache, and everyone clearly saw the Stone Emperor scream in pain. His whole arm was directly broken, and he retreated repeatedly. In this collision of flesh, he had suffered a big loss. And then, Yi Shiwen had already taken a step forward, and with the Avicii sword in hand, he stabbed the Stone Emperor. Pucci! A big hole directly appeared in the Stone Emperor's chest, and blood splattered on the spot, and bone fragments flew everywhere. He retreated repeatedly, trying to escape from Yi Shiwen's attack range. However, Yi Shiwen did not give him the opportunity, and the martial emperor's seal above his head had already expanded, until it was as huge as an ancient divine mountain, and smashed down on the spot. Boom! With a loud bang, the Stone Emperor's flesh collapsed on the spot, and he could no longer resist the terrifying power of the dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! In the Stone Emperor's flesh, a spirit directly rushed out and fled out of the Holy Light Mountain. It was the Stone Emperor's spirit, and it was trying to escape. Pucci! A ray of sword light tore through the sky and completely annihilated the soul. At this point, although there were still other masters who had not died, with the fall of the main emperor, the Battle of the Holy Light Mountain had completely come to an end. Chapter 30, 194. With the death of the Stone Emperor and the Dark Shadow Emperor, the result of this battle was in the favor of the human race. The experts of the Thunder Lake domain couldn't help but feel relieved when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they chose to surrender earlier. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. The remaining experts didn't dare to stay any longer after seeing this scene. They quickly flew away in all directions. They wanted to escape. They didn't dare to continue fighting with Yi Shiwen. Kill them. Don't let them escape. A loud shout came from the experts of the Thunder Lake. All the experts of the Thunder Lake reacted at once and chased after the escaping experts. The escaping experts were undoubtedly a sign of allegiance to the Thunder Lake. It was also the first great contribution they had made after joining the human race. Their status in the future depended on Yi Shiwen's attitude. How could they not fight with their lives on the line? The escaping experts tried their best to survive. However, they were outnumbered by the experts of the Thunder Lake. They were soon surrounded and killed. And this battle also came to an end with the deaths of these experts. Patrol Envoy. Fini Sure appeared on the Holy Mountain. The human race's hegemony for thousands of years will be achieved today. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly and said, "It's still early. This is just the beginning if we want to establish our hegemony for thousands of years. There are still other battles to come." "Patrol envoy, you mean the people of the Stone Clan and the Dark Clan who stayed behind?" Feng sure quickly understood Yi Shiwen's intention. "That's right. It's those people who were left behind." Yi Shiwen faintly smiled and said while nodding. A sharp, killing intention flickered in his eyes. This time, aside from the fact that the Light Clan had lost more than 90% of their experts, the Stone Clan and the Dark Clan had also suffered heavy losses. Even the Stone Emperor and the Dark Shadow Emperor had fallen. However, there were still a large number of experts left in their clans. There were even some emperors who had stayed behind. If they were allowed to escape, it would take a lot of time to eradicate them. They might even become a threat forever. Feng said, "Patrol envoy, you are very thoughtful. If we let these people escape, there will be endless troubles." Feng looked even more serious. Clearly, he knew how terrifying imperial emperors were. If it was a human who was facing this situation, he would definitely die. Whether it was him or the human emperor, if they escaped, they would take revenge on the other party endlessly. With such thoughts in mind, he naturally understood that since he had done it, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He absolutely could not be lenient. "That's right. Take advantage of the fact that this matter has yet to spread out to the outside world to kill the leaders of these two clans. At that time, these two clans will be like a group of dragons without a leader, and we can slowly suppress them in the future. Otherwise, if they really manage to escape, for the sake of a long-term plan, we will have to uproot these two clans from the roots. We will be committing the sin of killing, and it's not worth it. If the Fortune Divine Dynasty were to blame us, it would be troublesome," Yi Shiwen said. In his eyes, only the top leaders of the two clans could pose a threat. As for the other ordinary clansmen, it didn't matter to him. He didn't need to uproot them. He was decisive when it came to killing, but he did not like killing. If he could avoid killing, he would naturally do so. "And, Patrol Envoy, do you need our help?" Feng asked. "The most important thing is for you and the Human Emperor to pacify the Light Clan. No matter how much territory we expand in the future, the human continent is the foundation of our human race. We can't lose it. If the Light Clan is willing to surrender, just kill them all. If the Fortune God Dynasty asks about it, just ask them to look for me." Yi Shiwen said, "That's not necessary. I can deal with the leaders by myself. You don't need to do that. If the Fortune God Dynasty asks, just ask them to look for me." Many emperors had fallen. It would be strange if the Fortune Divine Dynasty did not ask for the reason, but he was confident that he could stop them. The Fortune Divine Dynasty was unlikely to make things difficult for him for a group of dead people. If it didn't work, he could still use the Battle Emperor as his trump card. Unless a few heavenly venerables appeared, no one could criticize the Battle Emperor. Seeing Yi Shiwen's calm face, Feng felt that Yi Shiwen was more suitable to be the human sovereign than anyone else. Yi Shiwen was so calm that he had calculated all the variables and made all the necessary arrangements. It was obvious that this martial emperor Yi Shiwen held a high position in the heavens and 10,000 worlds. One could see the demeanor of a ruler with every gesture. This wasn't a bearing that could be condensed by strength alone. Bold, responsible, and indeed the characteristics of a human emperor. "I understand. If that's the case, then I won't say anything more," Feng said, seeing that Yi Shiwen seemed to have calculated everything. He didn't need to worry and just did as he was told. After arranging all the matters of the human race, Yi Shiwen flew to the experts of the land of Thunder Lake. "Greetings, Lord," everyone said in unison. However, everyone had different expressions. This was especially so for the few sovereign emperors. They all looked somewhat uncomfortable. They were obviously equal emperors. How did they become someone else's subordinate? Fortunately, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to have any intention of making things difficult for them. He said directly, "You don't have to be so polite. I have always had the ambition to carry the human race forward. You are all comrades who will achieve this goal with me. In the future, just think of yourself as emperors. No need to be so rigid. How could Yi Shiwen not understand that they were somewhat unconvinced in their hearts? It didn't matter if they were quasi-emperors or god-kings. After all, Yi Shiwen could kill countless of them with a single breath. However, Emperor Realm experts were different. They were the core and backbone of a force. This was also the main reason why Yi Shiwen was willing to recruit them. Otherwise, there was no lack of quasi-emperors and god-kings in the human race, so there was no value in recruiting them. But these emperors, who knew how many years it would take to cultivate them, not only the land of Thunder Lake, but also the emperors in the Dark Province and the Stone Province who didn't belong to the Dark Race and the Stone Race were also the targets of Yi Shiwen's recruitment. Only in this way, the strength of the human race could be strong enough to swallow the land of the 4 provinces in a short period of time. Although these emperor lords were not on their side after all, and were separated by a layer, as long as Yi Shiwen was still alive, these people would not be able to make any waves. If Yi Shiwen fell, then all the grand plans would turn into smoke, and there was no need to mention it. Because of this, Yi Shiwen didn't want to humiliate these people, and there was no need to. Today's strength was enough, so there was no need to care about the superficial appellation. We dare not. In that case, we will call the patrol envoy as Lord. Clearly, these sovereign emperors were not people who did not know when to retreat or what was good for them. They immediately changed the way they addressed Shao Qin, showing respect but not humiliating him like their master. Moreover, they had just seen Yi Shiwen single-handedly killing the experts of the 3 clans. How would they dare to be friends with him? If they really crossed the line, they would be seeking their own death. This is also good. Heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, you take everyone back to the land of Thunder Lake, and take the land of Thunder Lake for your own use. Bring the leaders of the various clans in the land of Thunder Lake to see me. If they don't agree, then kill them all. Yi Shiwen looked at the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor and said, although he had said so much just now, in fact, he trusted the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor the most. Moreover, with the ability of the heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor, he was the ruler of the land of Thunder Lake, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to complete this task. I understand. If anyone dares to disagree, they will be making life difficult for me, and will have to die. The heaven-shaking Thunder Emperor's eyes lit up, and the annoyance in his heart that was controlled by Yi Shiwen also dissipated. In any case, there were only 2 or 3 emperors in the human race. In the future, Yi Shiwen would need to rely on him for many things. Moreover, he thought of another point. He had been stuck at the peak of the 6th realm for hundreds of thousands of years. No matter how hard he tried to break through, it would be useless. The 7th realm was a watershed among the emperors. Those above the 7th realm were the giants of a region, and those below the 7th realm were just ordinary emperors. Their status was simply incomparable. He couldn't find anyone, even if he wanted to ask. And Yi Shiwen was a ready-made person to ask for advice. As long as he could enter the 7th realm, everything would be different. Maybe he could even solve Yi Shiwen's trick and be free from then on. Because of this, he really took Yi Shiwen's instructions to heart. Okay, you guys deal with the matters here. While the news hasn't spread, I will go and eliminate the root of the problem. After Yi Shiwen finished speaking, his whole body disappeared into the air. No one was able to see how Yi Shiwen disappeared. They couldn't even feel the slightest fluctuation in the space. They were secretly shocked in their hearts. Martial Emperor Yi Shiwen's space cultivation has reached the pinnacle. Even many sovereign emperors couldn't feel it. The Dark Race, the Stone Race, and the Light Race were defeated. If they were in Yi Shiwen's place, they would also be defeated. However, what made the heroes of the Thunder Lake region even more terrified was Yi Shiwen's attitude. He didn't take the emperor seriously at all. In fact, he treated the emperor like a cabbage that could be found on the roadside. Yi Shiwen had killed the emperor without hesitation. They had always regarded other people as ants. But they had suddenly encountered such a lawless guy. Especially, they had almost died in Yi Shiwen's hands. So, how could they not be terrified? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was right to surrender this time. With such a ruthless person at the helm, it was inevitable that the human race would dominate the 4 regions. They wouldn't be given any way to survive. Only by joining the human race could they go further. Moreover, although they had their own clans, they were not big clans. They didn't want to compete with the human race. Naturally, they wanted to improve themselves. If the human race dominated the 4 regions, they would naturally be able to enjoy the resources of the 4 regions. Their future would be brighter. Thinking of this, their mood was undoubtedly better, and the fear in their hearts had dissipated. While they were looking at each other, Yi Shiwen had already flown out of the human province and was heading towards the stone province where the stone race was located. Chapter 30:195. Now, many things had come to an end. As long as Yi Shiwen uprooted the leaders of the 2 clans, the rise of the human race in the 4 prefectures would be set in stone. No one would be able to compete with them. It could be said that the general trend had been formed. Now, Yi Shiwen was going to lay the final nail in the coffin for this general trend. The Stone Clan could be said to be the most tyrannical clan in the Stone Prefecture. After many years of petrification, the Stone Prefecture had become a very suitable environment for the people of the Stone Clan to live in. Other clans could not survive here unless they were martial arts experts. Even martial arts experts could not be compared to the Stone Clan in the Stone Prefecture. Yi Shiwen flew high above the sky of the Stone Prefecture. He opened his double pupils. Suddenly, the entire Stone Prefecture fell into his eyes. It could be said that he could see everything at a glance. He could draw a map of the Stone Prefecture with a wave of his hand. This was his current strength. If he didn't have this strength, he wouldn't have been able to rule over an entire province. One had to know that a city like Stormwind City was like a small continent, and a province like the Stone Province was even more vast and boundless. Not to mention ordinary people. Even among martial artists, only a small portion of them could travel from the east to the west of a province in their lifetime. In the eyes of many creatures in remote places, the prefecture where they lived was the entire world. They did not know how vast this world was. After seeing the entire Stone Prefecture, Yi Shiwen quickly determined the location of the Stone Clan's ancestral land. It was not difficult because there were a large number of experts auras there. There were also many emperor-level barriers and arrays that were rarely seen in other places. Others could not see it, but it could not be hidden from Yi Shiwen. He could easily determine it. Since he had determined it, Yi Shiwen no longer hesitated. He directly unfolded his demon wings and flew over. Although the Stone Prefecture was very vast, Yi Shiwen quickly crossed more than half of the Stone Prefecture and arrived at the ancestral land of the Stone Clan. The foundation of the Stone Clan was instantly revealed. Although Yi Shiwen did not hide his figure too much, ordinary people could not find his whereabouts. However, he was detected by the barriers and arrays the moment he entered the Stone Clan. These arrays and barriers were arranged by the Stone Emperor and many other Emperor-level experts for many years. Who dares to trespass on my Stone Clan's restricted land? A loud bellow came from the Stone Tribe's ancestral land. In the Stone Prefecture, the Stone Tribe was the local tyrant. No one dared to go against the Stone Tribe. The Stone Tribe had long been a high and mighty tribe. Other than the Fortune Divine dynasty, they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Yi Shiwen's aura instantly alarmed a powerful quasi-emperor, who woke up from his long slumber and instantly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and capture Yi Shiwen first before anything else. Humph! Yi Shiwen just coldly snorted and slapped him. Bang! The powerful quasi-emperor only let out a blood-curdling scream before his physical body shattered in the sky, turning into a rain of blood that scattered everywhere. He did not even have time to speak. I am the new 4 prefectural inspector, here to capture the traitors of the Stone Clan. You better surrender, otherwise none of you will live. Yi Shiwen's voice was like a great bell, instantly spreading throughout the entire Stone Tribe's ancestral land. Suddenly, the Stone Tribe's ancestral land was in chaos. This had never happened in thousands of years. They had never thought that one day someone would come to their door and cause trouble for them. This was simply the most incredible thing in the world. Inspector, is it that human emperor who wants us to bow down to him? Soon, some people remembered the so-called for prefectural patrolling envoy, but they still didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously. Those who could live in the Stone Tribe's ancestral land were not ordinary people. At the very least, they were at the middle level of the Stone Tribe. They had heard about the situation in the human prefecture. The human race could not even suppress the human prefecture, and now they wanted to meddle in the affairs of their stone prefecture. They were simply seeking death. Not to mention that many experts of their clan had gone to the Radiant's holy mountain to discuss how to deal with this inspector. Could it be that he was planning to come back and lure the tiger away from the mountain? Many people had such doubts in their hearts. However, they did not panic. The Stone Tribe's ancestral land was under the protection of the enchantment. Even an emperor couldn't break through it. How dare you? Even if our Stone Emperor is not here, this is not a place where a clown like you can act presumptuously. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the ancestral land of the Stone Clan. Then, a figure suddenly rushed towards Yi Shiwen with lightning speed. He didn't want to talk to Yi Shiwen. Instead, he wanted to capture Yi Shiwen first. It's an emperor. Yi Shiwen's eyes slightly opened. He immediately recognized the identity of the person who had come. There was indeed an emperor in the Stone Tribe. Otherwise, how could the Stone Emperor be at ease and bring most of the experts to attend the meeting? Boom! An attack with the fluctuations of the Great Way directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Insignificant skill. I'm going to kill you. Yi Shiwen sneered. He stretched out his right hand and casually slapped it. Boom! However, they only heard a loud explosion. Yi Shiwen had actually blocked the attack with his bare hands. It was so powerful that it could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. However, it was unexpectedly blocked by Yi Shiwen with his bare hands. The person who had come was also shocked by Yi Shiwen's fierce blocking method. He had seen people who could block his attack. For example, the Stone Emperor of his clan could completely block his attack. However, he had never heard of someone who could casually smash his attack with his bare hands. He was an emperor, not an ant. Just one attack made him feel a strong sense of danger. This feeling was almost like intuition. It made him suddenly stop in his tracks and did not directly rush forward to kill. However, it was already too late. Yi Shiwen had completely grasped his position. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out fiercely. The power of 6 realms condensed on his fist and turned into 6 paths well behind him. Then he punched out fiercely. The fist force of this punch was unstoppable, instantly destroying everything. A terrifying wind surged out, destroying countless sovereign emperors' barriers and array formations. The punch instantly destroyed the Emperor Monarch's defenses, and then it smashed into his body. Puff! After the Emperor spat out a mouthful of old blood, he screamed and instantly flew out like a meteor, smashing into the ancestral land. Boom! The entire ancestral land of the Stone Clan was instantly blasted into a huge crater with a radius of 1,000 miles. Countless people of the Stone Clan evaporated on the spot. In this collision, they did not even have the chance to make a sound before they died tragically. Old ancestor, how did this happen? Many people of the Stone Clan panicked. They did not expect this to happen. They also could not imagine how it would end up like this. Not only was the barrier that they were so proud of unable to stop this person, even one of the lofty sovereign monarchs in their clan wasn't a match for this person at all. In just a single exchange, he had been severely injured. This completely subverted their view of the world. However, Yishiwen did not wait for them to prepare at all. The Avicii's sword appeared in his hand and slashed out a star river, directly towards the Emperor of the Stone Clan. Roar! The Emperor of the Stone Clan roared like a wounded beast. He roared angrily, wanting to fight Yishiwen with all his might. He constantly burned his spiritual power and turned into a sky full of stone chi, wanting to block Yishiwen's sword. Bang! However, the reality was even more cruel than he had imagined. The stone chi that he had condensed by burning his life couldn't even resist this move of Yishiwen's. It was cleanly chopped on the spot. Then, the sword slashed downwards. It was like the end of the world. This world-destroying sword slashed down. Everything was completely destroyed. Barriers, arrays, these things that could protect the entire ancestral land of the Stone Clan were completely destroyed by this sword. The terrifying destructive power that seeped down along with the sword light did not only slash towards the Emperor, but also spread in all directions. The entire ancestral land of the Stone Clan was collapsing. Nothing could stop it. The mountains were collapsing. The sea was evaporating, and all the buildings collapsed in an instant, turning into rubble that filled the sky. Because of this, the Emperor of the Stone Clan desperately tried to stop this sword from falling. If it really fell, the ancestral land of the Stone Clan would be almost destroyed. How can someone's swordsmanship be so strong? The Emperor of the Stone Clan seemed to be going crazy. He never thought that someone could be so strong. He could not even block one move. Even if he used all his strength, he could only delay it for a little bit. However, Yishiwen did not give him much time to think. He just slashed down and completely blasted the Emperor's body. Rumble! The terrifying energy shock wave spread in all directions. The entire ground cracked. An entire ancestral land was completely turned into nothingness by this sword. All the experts of the Stone Clan were turned into ashes. The entire Stone Prefecture was trembling. Yishiwen had restrained some of his power. However, this sword had still turned the entire Stone Clan's ancestral land into nothingness. All the experts in the Stone Prefecture looked in the direction of the ancestral land of the Stone Clan. They looked at the terrifying mushroom cloud in the distance with horror. They could not even feel the aura of the ancestral land of the Stone Clan anymore. Could it be the ancestral land of the Stone Clan is gone? Many people were shocked. The various forces in the Stone Prefecture quickly sent people to investigate. What had happened to the Stone Clan's ancestral land? There was only one thing they were sure of. There had been a clash between imperial emperors. Otherwise, they couldn't think of what kind of battle could make the Stone Prefecture tremble. Chapter 3196. Yishiwen's attack turned the Stone Clan's ancestral land into nothingness. Even the remaining emperor of the Stone Clan was completely annihilated by this sword. This sword slashed into the ground, creating a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles long. The entire Stone province trembled. Everyone felt the power of this attack. Many powerful beasts were shocked by the aura released by this sword. They had no choice but to kneel on the ground and shiver. They didn't dare to move at all. The people dispatched by various forces in the Stone province quickly arrived at the periphery of the Stone Clan's ancestral land. They were shocked to see this world-destroying scene. The Stone Clan had ruled the Stone province for many years. They naturally had supreme prestige in the Stone province. Under the rule of the Stone Clan, no other race dared to resist. Now, the Stone Clan had been uprooted and their ancestral land had been completely destroyed. Without the support of countless experts in the ancestral land, the remaining experts of the Stone Clan scattered across the Stone province were nothing. They were all ordinary clansmen of the Stone Clan. Even if some of the experts managed to escape, it was useless. They couldn't cause any big waves. In this world, the number of experts was not enough to be strong. The real foundation of a clan depended on how many top experts it had. Only those top experts were the fundamental reason for everything. The role of a top expert had been reflected incisively and vividly in this battle. Yi Shiwen had slaughtered the experts of the other 3 clans by himself. He had reversed the disadvantageous situation of the human race by himself. This was the role of a top expert. Very soon, the tribes that were originally under the command of the Stone Clan began to grow restless. They began to slaughter the Stone Clan, seize their territory, and even wage war against each other. It was all for the sake of seizing the fertile territory that originally belonged to the Stone Clan. However, they didn't know that the human clan's expedition army would arrive soon. No matter how much they swallowed, they would have to spit it out later. At this time, their actions were completely meaningless. However, they couldn't understand. In other words, they didn't think that the fall of the Stone Clan's ancestral land had anything to do with the human clan. They only thought that the Stone Clan had provoked someone they shouldn't have. This was the effect of Yi Shiwen's surprise attack. They didn't know who had attacked them. Yi Shiwen had already left the Stone Province and arrived in the Dark Province, while the various clans of the Stone Province were scrambling for territories. Unlike the Stone Province, the Dark Province was almost completely dark, and there was very little light. The laws of darkness ran rampant for a while, and it was as if the entire Dark Province was enveloped by a huge formation. It was this formation that had transformed the entire Dark Province into its current state. With the law of darkness operating, the living beings that lived in it for a long time would also transform into a dark physique. This was a long-term plan. Because of this formation, it would not be so easy for the other races to survive in the Dark Province. There was still a long way to go before the rise of the human race. In a place like the Dark Province, even if the array formation was broken, it would still be difficult to completely dispel the darkness. It would take several generations of effort to do so. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. The rise of any race was accompanied by countless massacres. It had to be done step by step, and there was no shortcuts. Whoosh! The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand slashed out. In an instant, the darkness between the heavens and the earth was dispelled, and the laws of darkness were completely broken in an instant. The first ray of sunlight was like the light of creation, shining into the Dark Province. Many of the dark creatures in the Dark Province screamed and turned into ashes. Only the dark race with magical powers and cultivation could not be completely destroyed by the sunlight. These creatures born in the darkness were most afraid of some extreme yang things. It was simply the nemesis of their lives. Who dares to cause trouble in my Dark Province? Shouts could be heard from all over the Dark Province. The Dark Province was different from the Stone Province. There was no ancestral land of the Stone race because the entire Dark Province was ruled by the Dark race. The only difference was that some of the Dark race were not part of the ruling class of the Dark Province, and they were constantly resisting. Yi Shiwen's goal was to destroy the huge formation in the entire Dark Province. Even a powerful barrier and formation would be broken in an instant when the sword slashed down. Rumble! The entire land of the Dark Province trembled. Everyone felt a shocking sword light falling down. Yi Shiwen walked all the way in. Around him, countless thunder power was sweeping wildly, turning into a terrible thunderstorm that fell down. The entire land of the Dark Province was completely covered in it. Countless dark races, people had suffered heavy losses. Yi Shiwen walked, while calculating the location of the core of the Dark Province's spell formation. This was the core of the entire Dark Province. It was unknown how many people had reinforced this spell formation. So, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Shiwen to break it in a hurry. The only way was to find the core of the spell formation and destroy it. This would be the fastest way to break the spell formation. As Yi Shiwen walked, he attracted countless thunderbolts to break the law of darkness. Soon, many dark race experts tried to stop him. However, these dark race experts were only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, so they couldn't fight back against Yi Shiwen. They couldn't even get close to Yi Shiwen's thunderstorm. So, they were completely destroyed. Yi Shiwen did not care about them at all. With his amazing calculation ability, he quickly figured out the location of the formation core and flew directly towards it. Who is it? The true eye of the entire formation was located in an endless mountain range. The entire mountain range was shrouded in the most extreme darkness. The power of darkness all over the dark province came from this mountain range. An ancient existence was awakened by Yi Shiwen as he flew above the mountain range. That terrifying aura carried an undisguised intention of destruction and completely awakened him from his deep slumber. Quick! Yi Shiwen ignored it and directly pinched a seal. Then, all the thunder and lightning in the world condensed here and turned into a thunder dragon that fiercely blasted into the mountain range. Boom! The entire mountain range seemed to have encountered a supreme and mighty force, and it exploded on the spot. The originally endless dark force also stopped in an instant and no longer spewed out. Yi Shiwen knew that his speculation was correct. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out and directly blasted in his direction. This was an unimaginably tyrannical wave that surpassed the extreme speed of this world. It suddenly blasted in front of Yi Shiwen. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly and raised his hand to block the wave. Then he saw a figure appear in the void. It was an old man of the dark race wearing a black robe. His eyes were full of vicissitudes. There was a big hole in his chest, but his body was tyrannical to the extreme. Seventh realm? No, I'm afraid it's an existence of the eighth realm. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. He did not expect such a powerful expert to be hidden in the dark race. He had fought with the Spirit Emperor before, so he was not unfamiliar with the Emperor of the eighth realm. He could quickly determine that this person should be an existence of the eighth realm. If you have such strength, could it be that you are the Dark Emperor? Yi Shiwen quickly guessed the identity of this person. In the history of the Dark Race, their founder was not the Dark Shadow Emperor, but someone else. That person was the Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor was invincible a long time ago. He claimed to be a heavenly lord, but then he disappeared. Many people thought that he had died. They did not expect to see the Dark Emperor here. So you are an expert of the eighth realm. No wonder you can set up such a large formation. You are indeed powerful. Yi Shiwen said. Although the opponent was an expert of the eighth realm, Yi Shiwen did not panic. At the same time, he also saw that there was a big hole in the Dark Emperor's chest. Perhaps the Dark Emperor had not been able to appear all these years. Instead, he had been hiding in the eye of the formation, where the power of darkness was the strongest to heal himself. Generally speaking, this kind of healing method was only possible when there was an injury that was difficult to recover from. Even the recovery ability of an emperor could not recover. One could only imagine how serious the injury was. A seriously injured person like this was not enough to make him so afraid. Although the Dark Emperor's aura was strong, it was still inferior to Jiu Ling Huang. He was not afraid of Jiu Ling Huang and dared to fight him, let alone the Dark Emperor. Human, you have intruded into a place you should not have. If you retreat now, you can still keep your life. The Dark Emperor said slowly. His eyes shone with a deep light, as if all the darkness in the world had gathered. Dark Emperor, don't try to be brave. Do you think I can't see that you are seriously injured and not at your peak? Otherwise, would you let me go? Yi Shiwen mercilessly exposed the Dark Emperor. Who are you? Dark Lord saw that the other party didn't fall for his trick and didn't buy it, so he asked, I am the newly appointed 4 Prefectures Patrol Envoy of the Fortune God Dynasty. The Dark Race dares to disobey the decree of the Fortune God Dynasty. Today they are doomed. Yi Shiwen said lightly, Ha 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 ha. What a decree of the Fortune God Dynasty. If I was still at my peak, the Fortune God Dynasty would not dare to provoke me. What a pity. The Dark Emperor's expression was a little sad. After all, he was not at his peak and he was seriously injured. Compared to the past, there was no comparison. Otherwise, if someone like him dared to intrude, it would be a dead end. But do you think you have a chance to break through the eye of the formation? When the other emperors of the dark race arrive, it will be your death. Chapter 30, 197. The Dark Emperor said calmly. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen as if he wanted to scare him away. Yi Shiwen was expressionless. How could he not see that the Dark Emperor was trying to use words to force him to retreat? With the Dark Emperor's condition, he would not be willing to fight unless he had no other choice. Whether or not he could defeat Yi Shiwen in this fight, his own injuries would be enough to kill him. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared away. The Dark Lord alone was not much, but if the other emperors gathered, unless they were in the 8th realm, they would be dead meat. Are you still waiting for the Dark Shadow Emperor and the others? Then let me tell you, you don't have to wait at all, because they are all dead. Yi Shiwen said coldly. What? The Dark Lord's expression finally changed. He could no longer maintain his composure because he had heard some terrible news. All of his trump cards were built on the assumption that the Dark Shadow Emperor and the others could return quickly. But on the other hand, if the Dark Shadow Emperor could not return in time, then the situation would undoubtedly be extremely bad. They all died on the Holy Light Mountain. I killed them personally, so don't think about getting lucky. Yi Shiwen said calmly. The Dark Lord's expression became even colder. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. You want to provoke me? You want me to fight you with all my strength? That's right. Yi Shiwen didn't deny it. He could have kept it a secret from the Dark Emperor. He could have killed the Dark Emperor in a battle, but he had told the Dark Emperor about it. The Dark Emperor had been forced into a desperate situation. If I'm not wrong, you have already entered the peak of the 7th realm. Are you trying to use me to enter the 8th realm? The Dark Lord asked. Although he was asking Yi Shiwen, his expression was very certain. He clearly understood Yi Shiwen's plan. Yes, within the 7th realm, no one is my opponent, and you are the best whetstone. Yi Shiwen was extremely cold. He had now entered the peak of the 7th realm, and he understood how difficult the 8th realm was. Although he had already made many preparations, he did not mind making more preparations. It was rare for a level 7 cultivator to fight against a level 8 cultivator. Furthermore, the Dark Lord was severely injured. This was the best opportunity to sharpen his skills. Arrogant, Dark Emperor's eyes were full of murderous intent. Yi Shiwen had thoroughly angered him. Not only had he killed the essence of the dark race, but he had also used him as a whetstone. He had never been humiliated like this since he became an emperor. If I remember correctly, many years ago, the dark state had also invaded the human state. Unfortunately, the Sui sovereign appeared out of nowhere and stopped the dark state's invasion. If I'm not wrong, the wounds on your body were inflicted by the Sui sovereign at that time. A lot of information flashed in Yi Shiwen's mind. He suddenly remembered that the dark race had invaded the human province many years ago. However, they failed and were eventually driven away by the human sovereign. The Dark Lord never appeared again after that, and the Lord of the Dark Continent was replaced by the Dark Shadow Emperor. If that was the case, then the person who had caused the Dark Lord to be severely injured in the end was also very obvious. That's right, Dark Tharch said, but you will regret your arrogance today. Do you think you are invincible just because you have some cultivation? The Dark Lord looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and attacked. The blood in his body burned to the extreme, and he instantly turned into a black shadow that pounced towards Yi Shiwen. He was right in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant, not giving Yi Shiwen a chance to breathe. His attack was even faster than the speed of light, affecting the timeline. His cultivation was indeed amazing, second only to the Spirit Emperor that Yi Shiwen had seen before. Although Yi Shiwen had only seen 2 8th realm emperors so far. However, these two people's cultivation methods could be said to have their own merits and each had their own tyrannical aspects. So fast! Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be surprised. Even the Dark Shadow Emperor, Stone Emperor, and the others could not escape his eyes. But when the Dark Lord attacked, he could only vaguely see a few after-images. However, Yi Shiwen instantly opened his dual pupils and caught sight of the Dark Emperor's silhouette. The demon wings on his back suddenly unfurled, and then he completely protected himself within. Dang! But there was only a loud roar. The Dark Lord's amazing attack was completely blocked by the demon wings. But even so, Yi Shiwen still took a few steps back before he could completely dissipate the huge force. On the other side, the Dark Lord was shocked to see that he could not kill Yi Shiwen. With his 8th realm strength, even if he was severely injured, he should not have only been able to force him back. But Yi Shiwen did it. He finally understood why Yi Shiwen said that there was no opponent in the 7th realm. With this kind of strength, he dared to challenge the 8th realm. How could there be a 7th realm opponent? Use your full strength. You can't pose any threat to me at this level, Yi Shiwen said calmly as he looked at the Dark Lord in front of him. You destroyed the high-level elites of the Dark race. I will make you pay with your life. The Dark Lord roared like a wounded beast. The elites of the Dark race had all been wiped out. Without the protection of these god kings and quasi-emperors, how could the Dark race obtain such a large piece of land? There was so much wealth in a prefecture that it was impossible to count. Who knew how many people were lurking in the shadows? Under such circumstances, the Dark race no longer had the capital to dominate. In the future battles, it would be very difficult for them to avoid being wiped out. Boom! A terrifying aura was released from the Dark Lord's body. Endless nomological laws condensed into divine chains that danced in the sky, forming a terrifying storm. Under the influence of this storm, time and space were all affected. Everything was in a mess, and no one could truly capture his situation. This was the true power of an 8th realm expert. He was an invincible expert who was only one step away from the 9th realm. Most of his strength was used to suppress the injuries on his body. But now he released all his strength. 10 moves. I will kill you in 10 moves. The Dark Lord roared. You don't have to talk big. Kill me in 10 moves? I think you can only last 10 moves. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. He had seen through the Dark Lord's plan, but his heart was already on high alert. The Dark Lord only had 10 moves. After that, he would die even if he did not want to. His injuries would relapse, and it would be enough to kill him. These were all left behind by the Sway Sovereign. It was precisely because of this that the Dark Lord would use all his strength to kill Yi Shiwen within these 10 moves. Boom! The Dark Emperor attacked again. As soon as he attacked, a dark secret art was activated above his head. The wounds on his body were hidden. He was using all the power in his body and all the life force in his body to be unleashed at this moment. Didn't you want to enter the 8th realm? Now, I will show you the power of the 8th realm. You are still far from it. As the Dark Lord snorted, a terrifying dark power surged and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. There were no fancy divine abilities or martial arts. At his level of cultivation, it could be said that he had reached great heights. There was no need for divine abilities or martial arts. He had the qualifications to do so. Since ancient times, he had always been in existence at the peak of the law of darkness. Yi Shiwen remained motionless. He could only feel the terror of this dark tide. The time robe emerged on his body and protected him. The time kingdom of God spread out. The demon wings on his back began to flap unceasingly, protecting him and setting up a second layer of defense. Boom! The power of darkness source blasted directly into the time divine kingdom and instantly smashed the darkness divine kingdom into pieces. Then, it rushed directly towards Yi Shiwen, who was inside. Boom! Then, it broke through the defense of the devil wings with irresistible force and directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen's face. This was the power that only the masters of the 8th realm could possess. The masters of the 7th realm were too weak in front of Yi Shiwen. It was just a matter of how long they could hold on, and it was impossible for them to cause any problems to him. Dominate the world. The Avicii sword in Yi Shiwen's hand emitted a clanging sound. He let out a loud shout and chopped down. It seemed as if he was the sole ruler of the world. It smashed everything in its path and collided with the dark force. Boom! The dark power was directly split apart by the Avicii sword. After passing through layers of obstruction, the dark power was no longer as terrifying as it was at the beginning. It was cut down by the Avicii sword. Whoosh! In a flash, a figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen instantly, without giving him any chance to react. A foot that seemed to tear apart the light and darkness kicked towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! This foot blasted on the time robe with the power to destroy the world. Buzz! The entire time robe was trembling. The power of time was frantically operating, trying to dissipate this huge force. Good. Yi Shiwen did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and took a step back. After dissipating the huge force, not only did he not avoid the sharp edge, but on the contrary, the martial emperor's seal appeared in his hand, and he directly rushed forward. If he retreated, then this plan would be in vain. This battle was also crucial for him. It was related to when he would step into the 8th realm. There was no room for retreat. Chapter 30, 198. This was not Yi Shiwen's first time fighting an 8th realm master, but he was more confident this time. He was much stronger than before, and the Dark Emperor was weaker than Spirit Emperor. Most importantly, the Dark Emperor was severely injured. He would only last 10 moves at most. Just 10 moves. Yi Shiwen did not need to think about the long term. He could fight with all his might. If he could survive these 10 moves, he would win. The Dark Emperor's combat power was terrifying, but it was also because of this that he became a whetstone. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shiwen was already in front of the Dark Emperor. Facing Yi Shiwen's sudden attack, the Dark Emperor's eyes widened in anger. His whole body emitted a dark power. In the entire universe, all time, all space was frozen. This darkness spread out, and Yi Shiwen fell into it. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. Taking advantage of this, the Dark Emperor muttered something, shaking his own laws. All his power and spirit were instantly ignited. Then he blasted a punch towards Yi Shiwen. The terrifying power burst out in an instant. His fighting prowess rose to the peak in an instant. It was truly terrifying. Yi Shiwen let out a long roar. His whole body was emitting sword aura, and he kept slashing this dark power. At the same time, he did not want to be outdone. He clenched his fist and punched out. The fist energy pierced through the sky and shattered the void. That extremely powerful aura covered the land of the Dark Province. It leaped out and collided with the Dark Emperor. Bang! Terrifying power spread out. The two fists collided. Nothing could stop them. Both had raised their own power to the extreme. The Dark Emperor's body swayed slightly. He felt that his injuries had worsened. Yi Shiwen's strength was too terrifying. He was already above many 7th realm experts. In fact, he wasn't inferior to some 8th realm experts. This simple collision had directly aggravated his injuries. Because of this, he did not have much time left. He only had 10 moves. If he used more than 10 moves, he would definitely die. But he had no other choice. Opposite him, Yi Shiwen took 2 steps back. He felt the blood in his chest churn. The collision between the two was not just a collision of power. There was also a collision of laws and the Great Path. All of the essence and comprehension of both sides were vividly reflected in this one punch. Yi Shiwen felt as if he had understood a lot of things in this fight. The mysterious space within his body was crazily deducing everything. It seemed as if it wanted to deduce everything. To him, the experience of every exchange was equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation. Although he had to pay a hefty price, it was all worth it to him. But before he could think too much, before he could completely digest all this information, Dark Lord had already lunged at him again. He took a step forward, and it was as if he had crossed the entire galaxy. His body flashed with the light of secret techniques. Many of the secret techniques he had learned flashed in an instant, and they all possessed great power. The Dark Lord was very experienced in fighting, so he naturally knew that once his injuries started to worsen, it would be an irreversible trend. Even if he seized the time to rest, it would be meaningless in such a short time. On the contrary, he couldn't give Yi Shiwen any time to catch his breath. So he directly pounced on him. Boom! He punched out, and the demon wings that had completely protected Yi Shiwen were immediately smashed. The violent collision only left a clanging sound. Sparks flew everywhere, and the bodies of the two Emperor Lords shook violently. At the same time, blood splattered from both of their bodies. Dark Lord's body was already severely injured. Another violent collision caused the wounds on his body to split open, and blood splattered everywhere. And Yi Shiwen's arm also cracked in the collision, and blood flowed out. It made him look even more murderous. Beep! A loud phoenix cry resounded, and a phoenix appeared behind Yi Shiwen. A huge power emerged, and the injuries on Yi Shiwen's body rapidly healed at a lightning speed. Die! But this time, Yi Shiwen roared once again and directly rushed forward. His spirit and body were burning to the extreme and almost instantly sublimated. It seemed as if he had integrated with the entire world. Relying on his recovery ability, which was far superior to Dark Lord's, he immediately rushed forward, holding the martial Emperor seal in his hand, and pressed down on Dark Lord. Roar! Seeing that Yi Shiwen dared to counterattack, Dark Lord immediately roared and punched out. Boom! The terrifying attack shook the entire Dark Province, and the entire mountain range was turned to dust. In the Dark Province, many experts flew out and headed towards the battlefield. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that it was the place they were most worried about. The Dark Race didn't have an ancestral land like the Stone Race, but they knew that it had been passed down from generation to generation. It was the most important place in the entire Dark Race. Puff! Dark Lord spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. After all, he wasn't at his peak, and he didn't expect Yi Shiwen to use such a method to fight him. In the end, he had still suffered a great loss in this clash. Most importantly, the injuries in his body had been aggravated, causing his old injuries to relapse. Strands of golden sovereign blood flowed out and splattered in the air. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, Yi Shiwen, who was opposite to him, was not much better off. The recoil force of the collision had made his entire arm dripping with blood. If one took a closer look, one could even see that there were numerous cracks on his arm. The Dark Emperor's eyes were filled with resentment. If he had been at his peak, he wouldn't have paid any attention to Yi Shiwen, who was at the peak of the 7th realm. He wouldn't have been afraid even if Yi Shiwen relied on external forces. It was precisely because of his strength that he was able to turn the Dark Province into the Dark Tribe's territory, and the Fortune Divine Dynasty didn't dare to do anything to him. One had to know that even in the human and stone prefectures, although there was a major race leading them, there were still other races. However, in the Dark Province, the Dark Race was the dominant race. The other living beings were either driven away or killed by the Dark Race's butcher knives. He relied on his strength of the 8th realm, which was a terrifying existence that was only a step away from the 9th realm. Even the Fortune Divine Dynasty did not want to find trouble with him unless it was absolutely necessary. But now only a few years had passed, and he was injured by the Sway Sovereign. Now, a human junior had invaded Dark Province. This was a sign that the entire Dark Race was going to be wiped out. Time had changed, and things had turned out this way. How could he be convinced? weak. When I was at my peak, you weren't as arrogant as you are now. I could crush you in one fell swoop." Dark Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. "You talk too much. If I had half the time you spent cultivating, even if you were at your peak, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand." Dark Lord was confident, but Yi Shiwen was even more confident than he was. What he lacked now was time to cultivate, and what he lacked was a foundation. Arrogant. The Dark Emperor roared. His entire body's spiritual power began to burn. This part of the universe was ignited. All of time and space seemed to be ignited by some mighty power. This terrifying power drowned Yi Shiwen in an instant. Yi Shiwen had no time to defend himself, and he couldn't dodge it. Yi Shiwen felt as if the blood in his body was being drawn out and burning. This was a horrifying secret art, because the real danger was not outside but inside his body. He didn't dare to relax, and he quickly used his power to forcibly suppress the blood in his body. He used the 3,000 martial paths to suppress the boiling blood in his body. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was only one move, each move was more dangerous than 1,000 moves against others. However, the Dark Emperor took advantage of this moment to leap across the sky and arrive in front of Yi Shiwen. He stretched out his hand and slapped Yi Shiwen's body. Even with the protection of the chrono robe, Yi Shiwen was still hit, and he was severely injured. But he was not one to take a beating passively. At the same time, the sword of Avicii in Yi Shiwen's hand pierced through Dark Lord. Whoosh! Both sides were enraged, and it was another clash of life and death. But relatively speaking, this kind of battle was not worth it for Dark Lord. Although Yi Shiwen's cultivation level was lower, his blood was strong, and he didn't have any old wounds. But every attack he made would accelerate the deterioration of his old wounds. After a few moves, Dark Lord felt as if he was about to die, but he didn't want to give up. Even if he had to use such extreme methods, he would kill Yi Shiwen. It wasn't just because of the hatred in his heart, but also because he knew that this was the only way for the Dark Race to survive. Even if the chances were slim, it was better than despair. Dark Lord, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, you will die today. I will finish what the Sui sovereign failed to do that day. Yi Shiwen roared. He didn't hate Dark Lord, but Dark Lord had to die. This was a matter of the Dark Race, and he couldn't be soft-hearted. Boom! Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and Dark Lord's injuries worsened. Now that he had the upper hand, Yi Shiwen unleashed the Time Kingdom and locked onto Dark Lord. The monarch seal in his hand smashed down. This time Yi Shiwen won. Dark Lord grunted, and he exploded on the spot. His body exploded, and there was no way he could recover. He thought he could last 10 moves, but his injuries took his life. Chapter 30, 199. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to withstand 10 moves. However, Yi Shiwen's reckless fighting style made him unable to withstand even 10 moves. He died completely. His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that fell on the ground of Dark Province. His spirit, which was already extremely weak, withered instantly. However, Yi Shiwen discovered that the entire Dark Province was on the verge of collapsing immediately after the Dark Emperor fell. The heavenly Tao of the entire Dark Province began to gradually collapse. Many laws were also collapsing at an alarming rate. Yi Shiwen was shocked and immediately began to calculate. Soon he understood why. It turned out that the true core driving force of the Great Formation used to transform Dark Province was none other than the Dark Emperor himself. Apart from him, there was no other core that could maintain the Great Formation that covered the entire Dark Province. For many years, he had relied on the formation to transform Dark Province, making the environment of Dark Province suitable for the survival of the Dark Race. However, at the same time, his entire body also merged with Dark Province because of this reason. He became a part of Dark Province's heavenly Tao and maintained the operation of that part of Dark Province's heavenly Tao. With his death, the laws of Dark Province naturally began to collapse. Yi Shiwen quickly began to transform the environment of Dark Province. After destroying the Great Formation and expelling the excess power of darkness, the situation in Dark Province gradually improved. Of course, this improvement was only for Yi Shiwen. For him, the Dark Province had finally stabilized. However, for the Dark Race, it was tantamount to doomsday. The sunlight from outside shone in. For the ordinary Dark Race creatures, it was tantamount to a disaster. In just a moment, large tracts of them were wiped out. Yi Shiwen did not intend to kill all of them. He still left a part of the Dark Land. However, it was not as extreme as before. In the entire Dark Province, there was only one Dark Race. While Yi Shiwen was stabilizing the laws of Dark Province, many Dark Race experts had already come to him. Although they could not wait to kill Yi Shiwen, they were quickly killed. Facing Yi Shiwen, they did not have any strength to fight back. At the same time, Yi Shiwen's divine sense covered the entire Dark Province. He found the hidden experts of the Dark Race and killed them one by one. Those god kings and quasi-emperors were all killed. The Dark Continent was ruled by the Dark Race. Their foundation was more deep-rooted than that of the Stone Continent. Because of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't tolerate the existence of the experts. He had spared the lives of the ordinary Dark Race members. He had given them enough space to survive. Yi Shiwen returned to Buzhou Mountain of the human race after he had pacified the Dark Province. Meanwhile, the patriarchs and leaders of the Thunder Lake had already gathered on Mount Buzhou. They were waiting for Yi Shiwen's return. They hadn't received any news about Yi Shiwen destroying the Dark Province. However, the news about Yi Shiwen destroying the Shi family's ancestral land and destroying the hope of Shi family's revival had already spread throughout the Thunder Lake region. So, how could they dare to disobey? Even those who disobeyed had already been killed by the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. In addition to the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, many other big shots of the Thunderland had also surrendered to the human race. They had seen how Yi Shiwen had killed the experts of the three clans with their own eyes. So, they naturally understood that they were nothing compared to Yi Shiwen. With the support of these people, the clans of the Thunder Lake region who had tried to resist had been uprooted in a short period of time. The moment Yi Shiwen returned to Mount Buzhou, everyone came to greet him. Yi Shiwen didn't put on a cold face to these heroes of the Thunder Lake region because there was no need to do so. He had already established his immortal majesty. There was no need to continue to frighten these heroes of the Thunder Lake region. The heroes of the Thunder Lake region had already submitted to Yi Shiwen. No matter whether they were convinced or not, they didn't dare to resist on the surface. The three clans who had the ability and courage to resist were either dead or injured. Just looking at them was enough to make them tremble in fear. After greeting the heroes of the Thunder Lake region, Yi Shiwen asked them to leave. Only the Thunder Emperor stayed behind. Yi Shiwen told the Thunder Emperor about his experience and insights on how he had broken through to the 7th level without any reservation. If it was said that others might have some blind guesses, then Yi Shiwen had the help of the mysterious space. So, he knew how to break through to the 7th level very well. These were priceless treasures for the Thunder Emperor. He was different from Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen lacked a sufficient foundation. So, he had to find ways to increase his foundation. However, he had been at the peak of the 6th level for many years. So, his martial power had already accumulated to a very profound level. So, he only lacked a little opportunity. And this was where Yi Shiwen could help him. Yi Shiwen might not have been so sincere if it were someone else. However, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was different. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor was under Yi Shiwen's control. He could kill the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor with just a thought. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had nothing to hide. As for the Thunder Emperor's ability to escape if his cultivation was the same as Yi Shiwen's, it was impossible. Even if the Thunder Emperor entered the 7th level, he would still be far weaker than Yi Shiwen. Even if the Thunder Emperor could reach the same level as Yi Shiwen one day, the Thunder Emperor's secret technique was not that simple. Because of this, Yi Shiwen was so relaxed. He didn't set up any defense because there was no need to. On the contrary, the stronger the Thunder Emperor was, the better. It would be best if he could enter the 7th level. In that case, the human race would have 2 7th level experts. Then, the situation would be completely different. As for the human sovereign and Fengyi clan, although they had a lot of experience and secret techniques left by Yi Shiwen, they couldn't be counted on to advance to the 7th level in a short period of time. They could only rely on themselves. After receiving Yi Shiwen's unreserved teaching, the Thunder Emperor returned to the Thunder Lake for closed-door training. Next, Yi Shiwen cooperated with the human sovereign and Fengyi clan to mobilize the human race's army. The human race had basically pacified the Light clan and occupied the human province. However, the other 3 provinces hadn't been touched yet, especially the Dark province and the Stone clan. They were in a state of no leader. They must occupy them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would inevitably arouse the covetous eyes of the forces in the neighboring provinces. In that case, the human race would really be sacrificed for the others. Moreover, in the Sher province, there were other clans besides the Stone clan. They were also fighting for territories at the same time. They didn't know that the human race's army had already arrived outside the Sher province. Soon, Yi Shiwen passed on his decree to the remaining clans in the Sher province. He asked their leaders to come and pay their respects. Among them, there were even 2 clans that had emperors guarding them. It was precisely because they also had emperors that they were able to defend their territory and prevent the Sher province from being completely occupied by the Stone clan. At first, they were very surprised. They didn't expect that the legendary 4 prefectural patrol envoy would deliver a decree to them. However, they soon thoroughly understood what was going on. It turned out that the 4 prefectural patrol envoy was responsible for the destruction of the Sher clan's ancestral land. Thinking of this, many people were completely terrified. Many of them had personally seen the situation of the Sher clan's ancestral land. How could they not know how serious the situation was? Because of this, they understood the power of the 4 prefectural patrol envoy. Soon, not only the Sher province, but also the Dark province's complete transformation reached their ears. The ancestor of the Dark clan, the Dark Emperor, was defeated by Yi Shiwen. The entire Dark clan was left with only a small plot of land in the Dark province. The rest of the land had been transformed by Yi Shiwen and returned to normal. This news was even more shocking. The Dark clan, which was powerful enough to be on par with the Stone clan, had been annihilated overnight. After that, the Thunder Lake had completely fallen under the control of the human race. Many experts of the Thunder Lake personally went to pay their respects to Yi Shiwen. These news came one after another, completely crushing their psychological defenses. Under the suppression of such a powerful 4 prefectural patrol envoy, it didn't matter what kind of thoughts they had. In the face of absolute strength, they were too weak. Among the big clans that had been annihilated, their strength was not weaker than the human race. Even the Stone clan and the Dark clan were stronger than the human race. But so what? Their race was considered a large race in the Stone province. But compared to a behemoth like the human race, there was no way they could be compared at all. Soon, after struggling for a while, they personally came to pay their respects to Yi Shiwen. Even the 2 emperors were no exception. They were also emperors, but their strength was not comparable to Yi Shiwen's at all. In front of Yi Shiwen, these people had agreed to work for the human race. They would become subordinates of the human race in the future in exchange for Yi Shiwen's promise to let them stay. They wouldn't have to worry about being exterminated by Yi Shiwen at any time. They couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, they were sent back by Yi Shiwen. They immediately mobilized their troops to cooperate with the human race in the Sher province. They encircled the remaining rebels of the Stone clan as the vanguard of the human race. At this point, Yi Shiwen finally heaved a sigh of relief. His previous plan had been thoroughly completed. He had single-handedly pacified the resistance forces in the 4 prefectures. The rising trend of the human race was already irresistible. As long as the human race had thoroughly rooted its foundation in the 4 prefectures with the passage of time, they would have the foundation of a powerful race. Yi Shiwen could finally find some time to go to the martial creation pavilion and find a way to break through to the 8th realm. Chapter 30, 200. The news that Yi Shiwen had pacified the 4 prefectures soon spread throughout the entire eastern region. This was because his actions were too big. There were only a few prefectures in the entire eastern region, but Yi Shiwen alone had sealed 4 prefectures. How could this not attract attention? Although it was due to his outstanding achievements in fighting against the foreign allied forces, Yi Shiwen's conquest of 4 prefectures in one go still attracted the attention of the newly promoted patrol envoy. If it wasn't for the fact that the person who made this decision was an experienced emperor like the Battle Emperor, it would have caused a lot of criticism. Although they didn't dare to criticize the Battle Emperor, they were very concerned about Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had nothing to do in the first 3 years of his return, which made many people feel that he was just SOSO. Although the 7th realm was impressive, it wasn't easy to completely conquer the 4 prefectures. He would definitely be involved in the affairs of the 4 prefectures, and no one knew how many years it would take for him to get out. However, the reality was not what they imagined. Yi Shiwen did not make a move for 3 years, but when he did, it was a massacre. Blood flowed like a river, and the people of the Thunder Lake were so scared that they returned to their homes. The Light Clan, Dark Clan, and Stone Clan were all killed, and only civilians were left. At this point, within the 4 prefectures, there were no longer any opponents of the human race. The rise of the human race was unstoppable. At this moment, everyone seemed to finally understand that Yi Shiwen was not inactive, but waiting for those idiots to give him an excuse. Especially under the rule of the Fortune God dynasty, there were many powerful people in most regions, except for the central region. It was not a matter of a day or 2 for them to disobey the orders of the emperor. Yi Shiwen came with the orders of the Fortune God dynasty, and the Dark Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Light Clan dared to openly resist. Although they didn't dare to kill Yi Shiwen, they could still pretend to obey. This was also the usual method of these local powerful clans, and they even dared to unite against Yi Shiwen. However, they didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be even more ruthless than them. He used this excuse to kill all of them on the spot, and the higher-ups of the 3 clans were slaughtered. Within the 4 prefectures, there was no one who could fight against him. The crime of joining forces against the Fortune God dynasty was not a big one, but it was also a small one. After all, there was no real rebellion, and it all depended on how the ruler saw it. But now, Yi Shiwen was obviously using a chicken feather as a token of authority, and had blown this matter up. The Fortune Divine dynasty did not pursue the matter, especially the dark race's act of turning the entire dark province into their private territory. Other than the fact that there were too many tyrants to manage, how could the higher-ups not have any relations with them? Many people understood this point. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care about it at all. He annihilated all of them and brought the 4 prefectures under his command. This matter had left many people dumbfounded, simply audacious to the extreme. This was the first reaction of many people when they heard the news. Yi Shiwen's actions were too fast. He pacified the 4 prefectures in a short time. Therefore, he didn't give them any time to observe. Even if some people wanted to intervene, they didn't have the opportunity. Soon, Yi Shiwen found out how many people were behind these clans. After he pacified the 4 prefectures, many reprimands came from various departments of the Fortune God dynasty. Obviously, Yi Shiwen's actions had affected the interests of these people, and the people behind these incidents were big shots who could turn the Fortune God dynasty upside down with a stomp of their feet. So that's how it is. The current Fortune God dynasty has begun to rot from the inside. Yi Shiwen sneered. On Mount Buzhou, Renhuang, and Fengyi clans, people had gathered in the divine court. The three of them were sitting on a cloud bed, facing each other. There are many people who have come to reprimand us. There will be a lot of trouble in the future. Ren Huang couldn't help feeling a headache. Even though he had become an emperor, there were many things he couldn't do as he pleased. He couldn't do as he pleased as the other emperors in other small worlds. There's nothing to be afraid of. They won't dare to do anything in the open. Yi Shiwen sneered. This matter involved the big shots of the Fortune God dynasty, but none of them came forward. They only issued a reprimand in the name of the Fortune God dynasty. It was nothing more than reprimanding Yi Shiwen for committing crimes, killing innocent people in their territory, and other nonsense. However, they couldn't show up directly. After all, it was an unspoken rule. Since it was an unspoken rule, they couldn't say it out loud. Although Yi Shiwen didn't take these reprimands to heart, he also learned some things that he didn't know before. The Fortune God dynasty's indulgence was the main reason why these clans could develop and flourish in these places. The so-called unable to manage was just an excuse. The dark race must have transferred some benefits to the Fortune Divine dynasty. That was the only reason why the Fortune Divine dynasty could turn a blind eye to the dark race's actions, especially after the dark race had transformed the dark province into a place that only the dark race could live in. This had shaken the Fortune Divine dynasty structure. If this kind of thing could be tolerated, many things were clear without saying. As for secretly, what can I do? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. With his current strength, if he were to enter the Fortune God dynasty, he would certainly hold a high position and hold an important position. At that time, there would be many small clans that would seek him for protection. There would be no difference between him and other people. Strength was the best guarantee. As long as they didn't openly attack him and force him to defect to the outer domain, everything else didn't matter. Moreover, he knew that this time he had affected the interests of many people. However, the most severe punishment was a decree. The main reason was the Battle Emperor's reputation. These old fellows didn't care about Yi Shiwen's reputation, but they still had to give face to the Battle Emperor. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This was also what Yi Shiwen had expected. When the time came, he would have to rely on the Battle Emperor to avoid a lot of trouble. This was no different from others. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to protect such a big plate. Inevitably, he would have to transfer benefits to the Battle Emperor. He suddenly understood. This world was like a game of chess. Then, the Battle Emperor was undoubtedly the chess player. Although he could barely be considered as a chess player now, he was still used as a chess piece previously. The Battle Emperor conferred the land of 4 prefectures to him. It wasn't that he didn't have the intention of using someone else to do his dirty work. Anyway, he had done a good job. As for the subsequent troubles, naturally, the Battle Emperor would take care of them. At least, he wouldn't face any big problems on the surface. This was a win-win situation. The human race won the land of 4 prefectures, and the Battle Emperor obtained another source of benefits: land, companionship, technique, and wealth. These were the 4 essentials of cultivation. Ordinary people couldn't imagine the resources that these thearchs consumed for cultivation. Besides Yi Shiwen's irregular method of accumulating wealth, most thearchs used this method to accumulate wealth. Whether it was from their tribe or from establishing their own sects, a large part of the reason was to obtain sufficient resources. Yi Shiwen would inevitably embark on this path when the time came. This was a stable source of resources, and he could only rely on the human race. This was also the reason why he wanted to help the human race pacify the 4 prefectures. This was his foundation and also his future assistant. Naturally, he couldn't leave them alone. However, I also want to ask, did the human race not have anyone in the Fortune God dynasty in the past? Yi Shiwen asked. The human race had been suppressed so badly. Even the light race had bullied them. It didn't seem right. Originally, there was someone. After Master left, the person who had been helping our race unexpectedly died. The human emperor said with a bitter smile, "If it wasn't for this, the human race wouldn't have ended up like this." "I see," Yi Shiwen said. "No wonder the human race didn't have the love of their parents. It turned out that their backer had fallen." Although Yi Shiwen always felt that it was better to rely on oneself than others, sometimes it was very necessary to rely on external forces. Fortunately, the patrol envoy has returned. For our human race, it is also a stimulant, Phoenicia said. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. His cultivation was still a bit lacking. In the end, strength was still the most important thing in this world. "I will go to the Fortune God's capital soon. I will leave the matters of the 4 prefectures to you. However, I have already dealt with most of the thorns. There shouldn't be any problems for the rest. Before the other prefectures have a clear understanding of the situation, they probably won't make a move. You should take this opportunity to completely integrate the forces of the 4 prefectures. When the time comes, the human race will have the ability to protect themselves," Yi Shiwen said. "Patrol envoy, you must be careful when you go to the Fortune God's capital. Because of the matters of the Dark Race, Light Race, Stone Race, and Thunder Lake Land, I am afraid that some people are waiting to cause trouble for you," Phoenicia hurriedly said. He naturally knew what the Fortune God's capital was. It was the core of the entire Fortune God dynasty, and even the entire fortune world. It was the capital of the Fortune God dynasty. No one knew how many experts were guarding the Fortune Divine dynasty. The depth of the Fortune Divine dynasty was not something that outsiders could imagine. Compared to the Fortune God's capital, the human prefecture where the human race was located was like a remote and desolate village. They couldn't be compared at all. Yi Shiwen's strength was enough to run amok and be invincible. However, in the Fortune God's capital, he was nothing. Unless he had the strength of a battle emperor, he wouldn't be able to have a decisive position in the Fortune God's capital. "I understand. I am not going there for long-term development. I am only going to the Fortune God's martial pavilion to study." Yi Shiwen nodded. He understood this very well. That was why he chose to return to the human prefecture instead of following the battle emperor to the Fortune God's capital. "That's good." Phoenicia nodded. He had heard about the Fortune God's martial pavilion. The stronger Yi Shiwen was, the more benefits it would bring to the human race. "I will leave the rest to you. I will leave first. If there is anything, just crush the jade talisman that I left behind. I will be able to sense it." After Yi Shiwen finished speaking, he disappeared from the cloud bed, leaving Ren Huang and Phoenicia looking at each other. Chapter 3201. The Fortune Divine dynasty was divided into 5 regions, and the central region was located in the center. The fires of war rarely spread to the central region. Thus, it was the most prosperous region among the 5 regions. Moreover, the central region was directly under the Fortune Divine dynasty and was also the core of the Fortune Divine dynasty. There were many experts in the central region, more than the other 4 regions. From afar, one could see a terrifying worldly aura surging in the sky. In this place, even the top experts of the foreign regions would be suppressed, and the degree of suppression was related to their strength. The more powerful the expert, the smaller the suppression. This was a characteristic that the foreign regions did not possess. Since the establishment of the Fortune God dynasty, the foreign creatures had not been able to conquer the central region for many years. Yi Shiwen looked around and saw many powerful auras lurking in the central region. These auras were stronger than in other places. This was the headquarters of the Fortune Divine dynasty. The direction of the Fortune God capital was even more dazzling. Yi Shiwen didn't even need to open his double pupils. Just by relying on the difference in aura, he could easily sense a pure and terrifying aura blooming in the distance. It was like a firefly in the night. It was too obvious, like a giant beast lying in ambush on the endless land. It suppressed the aura of the entire Fortune God dynasty. Under Yi Shiwen's perception, countless fortunes were converging in the direction of the fortune god capital. The stronger the world was, the stronger the fortunes of the fortune god capital would be. Cultivating in this place would yield twice the results with half the effort. It was no wonder that countless people tried their best to seek refuge in the fortune god dynasty. They wanted to enter the fortune god capital to cultivate. It was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. It was many times better than any famous mountains, rivers, or immortal paradise, especially those experts who entered the secular world to cultivate. They were like fish in water. Their cultivation rose like a rocket. Although this would not directly affect the martial artists themselves, it would subtly affect the martial artists' cultivation speed. Yi Shiwen directly released his aura. In an instant, heaven and earth sensed it. The purple aura stretched out for 30,000 miles, and the sound of chanting came from everywhere, as if countless people were worshipping him. After setting up the formation, it would save them a lot of trouble. Also, no one would go crazy and seek trouble with the sovereign emperors. Yi Shiwen unleashed his full speed and directly used the space shuttle technique to shuttle through the various provinces of the central region. It went very smoothly. Many people didn't dare to come and look for trouble after sensing his aura. He flew for 3 days and 3 nights and finally arrived outside the Fortune Divine capital. There were many arrays in the entire central region, and many small worlds were embedded in them. It was very troublesome. Even Yi Shiwen could only choose to take a detour in many places. Therefore, it had taken him several days and nights to get there. Yi Shiwen realized how majestic the city was when he arrived at the Fortune Divine capital. The city walls towered into the clouds. If one were to look up from the corner of the city walls, it would be impossible to see the top of the city walls. One could only see that the middle section of the city walls was already surrounded by countless clouds. It vaguely seemed as if the sky had been divided into 2 regions by these city walls. It was extremely shocking. The length of the city walls was so long that there was no boundary. Even with Yi Shiwen's eyesight, he could only barely see it. It was almost comparable to the size of a province. Such a huge area was actually a city. The Fortune Divine capital was worthy of being the world's most majestic city. Other famous majestic cities were a bit inferior to it. It was also the core of the Fortune Divine dynasty. In the past, the Fortune Heavenly Lord built the Fortune Divine capital as the foundation and the beginning of his expansion. In this city, there were powerful arrays and boundaries everywhere to protect it. It could be said to be impregnable. Even with Yi Shiwen's current ability, the chances of him escaping were not high if he were to act recklessly here. It was precisely these arrays and boundaries that isolated everyone's divine senses. Otherwise, with so many experts in the city, there would be no sense of security at all. Soon, Yi Shiwen arrived at the southern gate of the Fortune Divine capital. A 10,000 feet tall city gate was open all year round. Many people were queuing at the gate to enter. There was no shortage of all kinds of creatures. Among them, there were even many creatures that were thousands of feet tall. Under the influence of the boundaries, they had to shrink to the size of ordinary people. No matter how fierce they were in the outside world, they didn't dare to act rashly in the Fortune Divine capital. The soldiers stationed at the city gate were all wearing iron armors that had traces of time. It was unknown how many years ago each of these iron armors had been worn. It was just that with the passage of time, not only had they not been damaged, but they had also become even more terrifying. These soldiers trained day and night and had become extremely terrifying. With Yi Shiwen's perception, he naturally understood that a casual attack from these soldiers could cut down a divine king with a battle spear. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This was the true strength of the Fortune God dynasty. Compared to the Fortune God dynasty, the gap between the human race and the Fortune God dynasty was too wide. Not only was the human race's foundation lacking, but the Fortune God dynasty was also supported by countless races. No matter how strong the human race was, it could not be compared to the millions of races in the world. The Fortune Divine Monarch was indeed a great person. He had a big mind, which allowed him to accommodate all the races in the world. Yi Shiwen wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he stood at the side and sent a message talisman into the Fortune Divine capital. Then he waited at the side. Those soldiers didn't pay attention to Yi Shiwen just because he was an emperor monarch. In the Fortune Divine capital, emperor monarchs weren't rare. They weren't as rare as they were outside. A figure flew out of the city in a moment and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. This person was dressed in an imperial robe and had the aura of a supreme master. Who else could it be if it wasn't Emperor Li, Taoist martial emperor? It's rare for you to come to the Fortune Divine capital. Why didn't you inform me earlier? I could have gone to receive you earlier, Emperor Li said with a laugh. He didn't have the slightest indifference from when he was in the Stormy Sea area. In his heart, Yi Shiwen was already an existence comparable to him. No, it should be said that Yi Shiwen was even more terrifying than him. In the face of such a powerful person, even if he couldn't rope him in, he didn't want to become enemies with him. Congratulations, Taoist Martial Emperor Li. You finally entered the 7th realm. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said with a smile on his face. He could already see that Emperor Li had already entered the 7th realm. Because he was also in the 7th realm, he was very sensitive to the aura of the 7th realm. However, Emperor Li had obviously just broken through, so his aura was still a little unstable. This was why Yi Shiwen could easily sense it. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter the 7th realm so quickly, Emperor Li said with a smile. As the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they encounter happy events. Emperor Li was like this. After entering the 7th realm, in a place like the Fortune Divine capital where experts gathered, he was a big shot and had a very high status. Although he was only one realm away from Yi Shiwen, the treatment he received could not be compared at all. And his breakthrough this time had a lot to do with the trip to the Stormy Sea area. Because of this, it was not wrong for him to thank Yi Shiwen. What can I do to help? It's mainly because of your years of accumulation, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Unlike Yi Shiwen, Emperor Li had been in the peak of the 6th realm for many years, like the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. Therefore, his breakthrough was just a matter of course. It was not the same thing as Yi Shiwen, who had forcibly used all kinds of means to accumulate foundation and improve. When Emperor Li heard this, he said, I still can't compare to you, my friend. He could not help but sigh. When he first heard about Yi Shiwen could not pose any threat to him at all. But now, Yi Shiwen's strength was still above him. Even if he had stepped into the 7th realm, in his perception, Yi Shiwen was still so unfathomable, and he could not detect the depth at all. He naturally understood that the gap between him and Yi Shiwen had not become smaller, but had become even larger. How could he not sigh? But it was just a sigh. After all, everyone had their own opportunities. And my friend, your actions during this time are really earth-shattering. Ha ha ha, I heard that a few old guys even broke their cups. Emperor Li laughed loudly. Although he was in the Fortune Divine capital, he was obviously very clear about what Yi Shiwen had done. It could be said that he knew everything like the back of his hand. I didn't expect this to spread to the Fortune Divine capital. Yi Shiwen shrugged and said with a slight smile, as if he did not hear the subtle warning in Emperor Li's words. He understood that Emperor Li was reminding him that some of the old emperors might be angry and waiting to find trouble with him. And Yi Shiwen was already prepared, so he did not take it to heart. Isn't that so? The situation in the region has long been complicated. I don't know how these old guys are related to it. There are very few who dare to deal with it, Emperor Li said with a smile, but I also admire you. Just like that, my friend, you won the development of 4 prefectures for the human race. The future of the human race is limitless. These things are still unknown. Yi Shiwen did not care and continued. This time, I found you mainly because I am not familiar with the Fortune Divine Capital. I want you to take me to the Fortune Martial Pavilion. Fortune Martial Pavilion. Is the reward from before? That's great. Sigh. I have served the Fortune Divine Dynasty for many years, but the number of times I have entered the Fortune Martial Pavilion is also limited. Emperor Li sighed and then said, My friend, come with me first. Since you have come to my territory, at least let me give you a welcome dinner. Chapter 3202. Well then, please lead the way. Yi Shiwen nodded and did not refuse. Although breaking through to the 8th realm was an urgent matter, it was not urgent to this point. Well, please follow me. Emperor Li nodded and said. After that, he took the lead and turned into a ball of light and disappeared. Then Yi Shiwen also turned into a group of light and chased after it. When he passed through the enchantment of the city wall, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that the enchantment swept over his body. After confirming that he was not a foreign creature, it disappeared without a trace. As for the guards at the city gate, they did not even look at him. Or rather, they did not dare to meddle in other people's business. The business of the emperor was not something that they, the guards, could meddle in. Although the emperor's words were not as powerful as in other places, they were still not someone that ordinary people dared to meddle in. Moreover, based on their many years of experience as guards, these two were not ordinary emperors. They simply could not afford to offend them. The two of them flew all the way into the Fortune Divine Capital. The entire Fortune Divine Capital was different from other places. Towering buildings could be found everywhere. It was a bit like the skyscrapers of Yi Shiwen's previous life. However, it was unknown how many times more gorgeous the classical buildings were in comparison. They were magnificent and majestic, with carvings of dragons and phoenixes. They were extremely luxurious. Thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, tall buildings could be seen everywhere. In this divine capital of fortune, there were not even poor people. Everyone was a master, or in other words, ordinary people could not survive here at all. This was also not a place for ordinary people to live. This was the core of the entire divine capital of fortune, and also a martial arts holy land passed down by word of mouth by many creatures in the remote areas of the divine capital of fortune, a real legendary place. The vast majority of living beings had never left the province they were born in, especially those remote places like the Fortune Divine Dynasty and Fortune Divine Capital. Those were existences that only existed in legends. Soon, a huge restaurant appeared in front of the two Drunken Immortal Source. Taoist Emperor Wu, Drunken Immortal Source, is a first-class restaurant in our divine capital of fortune. It has existed even before I achieved Tao. The wine and delicacies here are also superb. Emperor Li introduced. This restaurant was brimming with a simple and unadorned atmosphere. The richly ornamented beams and painted rafters were full of traces of time. Looking from afar, it seemed as if he could see the long river of history flowing through this place. It indeed had a special charm. Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised when he heard Emperor Li's introduction. Emperor Li had attained enlightenment for at least 10 million years. However, this restaurant had a longer history than Emperor Li's. He was afraid that there was an extraordinary person supporting it from behind. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to persist until now. However, these things had nothing to do with Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, the fine wine and delicacies mentioned by Emperor Li had piqued his interest. Even an emperor-level character like Li Emperor is praising the wine and dishes of this drunken immortal source. It seems that it's absolutely not bad. Yi Shiwen said with a smile, Of course. Here, as long as you can pay the price, you can even catch emperor-level creatures from the outer realm. Emperor Li's seemingly casual words had shocked Yi Shiwen in his heart. An ordinary person couldn't have captured an emperor-level creature from the outer domain. At the very least, it would take a team of sovereign emperors to serve them in captivity in order to achieve Such a feat, the background, and ability of this drunken immortal source could be said to be terrifying. However, he soon felt relieved. It was impossible for the drunken immortal source to be able to survive in a place like the divine capital that was filled with experts for countless years without any foundation of strength. Moreover, he didn't know which super powerhouse was involved in this matter. After Emperor Li said this, he just smiled and then led Yi Shiwen into the drunken immortal source. This drunken immortal source was bustling with people coming and going. The business was flourishing. There were no ordinary people coming and going. Any random person was a peak divine king or even a quasi-emperor level character. Occasionally, one could even see sovereign emperors. The two quickly entered the drunken immortal source. Suddenly, bursts of fragrance assailed their nostrils. They didn't know what delicious food it was. Yi Shiwen had eaten dragon liver and phoenix marrow before, but it was not as fragrant as this. This drunken immortal source could stand for so many years without collapsing. In addition to the backing behind it, it really had its own outstanding points. The two had just entered the drunken immortal source. Before they could do anything, suddenly they saw a quasi-emperor walking over from afar. After bowing to the two, he said, "Two sirs, I wonder if you are free. My master invites you." "Who is your master?" Emperor Li said with a slight frown. He was a little unhappy. It should be known that he and Yi Shiwen were great figures who had already entered the seventh realm. In the Fortune Divine capital, they were great figures with a very high status. This person dared to not put them in his eyes and only sent a follower to invite them. He was simply looking down on them. Although this quasi-emperor was already a peak quasi-emperor and could step into the sovereign emperor realm at any time. In the eyes of Emperor Li, he was no different from other ants. Although it was said that he could step into the sovereign emperor realm at any time, everyone knew that the probability of a peak quasi-emperor entering the sovereign emperor realm was very small. Even if he entered the sovereign emperor realm, could he be compared with him? "Sirs, please calm down. My master only ordered me to invite you two. He did not mean to look down on you two." This peak quasi-emperor was also very perceptive. He could see the displeasure in Emperor Li's heart. However, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Obviously, the master behind him was also very important. Even if he was facing the newly promoted Minister of Justice, Emperor Li, he was not afraid. "Friend Emperor Li, please don't be angry. Since someone invited us, why don't we go and have a look?" Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. He was not angry. He knew that this quasi-emperor was just a follower. There was no need to be angry with a follower. Moreover, he was also a little interested in someone who could make a peak quasi-emperor as a follower. With his status and strength, if he waved his arm, a large number of quasi-emperors would come from all over the world to seek refuge. However, he would not treat these quasi-emperors as servants. Although these people had not entered the sovereign emperor realm, there were dragons and phoenixes among men, not to mention the peak quasi-emperor. These people who were close to the peak quasi-emperor were not simple people. Some of their qualifications were even better than some sovereign emperors who had entered the sovereign emperor realm. They just lacked an opportunity to enter the sovereign emperor realm. How could Yi Shiwen, who had also crossed that line, not know this? "Well, let's go and have a look," Emperor Li said. How could Emperor Li not understand what Yi Shiwen understood? He did not want to lose his temper. He was just a little unhappy. "Both of you, please come with me." The quasi-emperor quickly led the way in front and led the two into a private room. They saw a beautiful woman with snow-white skin in the private room. This woman was dressed in a gorgeous outfit. She looked a little more heroic. Emperor Li was originally a little angry. However, when he saw this woman, he suddenly frowned and had a rather helpless look. "It turns out to be you." Emperor Li could not help but say, "This little girl greets the two Taoist brothers," the woman said with cupped hands. Although her voice was as melodious as a silver bell, her salute was quite attractive. "What's wrong? Brother Emperor Li doesn't seem to want to see this little girl." The woman said with a slight smile. No, no. Taoist Brother Huang is thinking too much. Emperor Li quickly said, What's wrong? You two are familiar with each other. Won't you introduce me? Yi Shiwen said from the side. However, he did not mean to be angry. He just felt a little surprised. This woman gave him a somewhat unfathomable feeling. She was definitely an empress. Moreover, her cultivation was so profound. It was completely beyond Yi Shiwen's expectations. Since he started cultivating, he had never seen an empress with such profound cultivation. There were indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the divine capital of fortune. He had really underestimated the people of the world. Just meeting one of them made him feel a little threatened. Then let me introduce you. Taoist Brother Wu Di. This is Taoist Brother Huang. Taoist Brother Huang. This is Taoist Brother Wu Di, the 4 prefectures patrolling envoy from the human province. Emperor Li smiled bitterly and then introduced. Yi Shiwen's mouth raised into a smile. The name of Emperor Li was extremely famous in the Stormy Sea region. It could be said that he was an existence that could stop children from crying. However, now he had a helpless look on his face. What was going on? This Huang was definitely not simple. It turns out to be Taoist Brother Wu Di. It's an honor to meet you. Huang smiled slightly. However, looking at her appearance, it was definitely not the first time she had heard of this. Obviously, she already knew Yi Shiwen's identity. It's just a false reputation, Yi Shiwen said immediately. I took the liberty to invite the 2 of you here. Please forgive me for being rude. Huang said softly with a smile. There's no need to say anything rude. Taoist Brother Huang, I think my meaning should have been very clear. I am the chief officer of the Ministry of Justice. It's really not convenient for me to join your Blue Sky Association, Emperor Li said. It's okay. I also know that. I invited the 2 of you here this time because I want to get to know a genius like Taoist Brother Wu Di, Huang said with a smile. She did not look angry because Emperor Li had seen through her thoughts. In that case, we will take our leave first. Today is the first time that Taoist Brother Wu Di has come to the divine capital of fortune. I am holding a welcome dinner for him. Come and visit again when you have time, Emperor Li said and hurriedly left. Obviously, he did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Yi Shiwen bowed slightly to express his apology. Then he left with Emperor Li. He also wanted to ask what was the meaning behind this. It made Emperor Li act like a mouse that had seen a cat. He couldn't wait to avoid him. It should be a very interesting matter. Chapter 3203. Huang's smile faded as she watched the 2 figures disappear from the private room. My lord, with Emperor Li around, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win over this martial emperor. At this time, the peak quasi-emperor who originally led the way for the 2 couldn't help but say, How can it be so simple? He can't be a simple person if he can cultivate to this level. Even if there is no Emperor Li, he won't accept the recruitment so casually, said Huang faintly. Obviously, she was very clear about Yi Shiwen. The peak quasi-emperor continued. But according to the information we received, this martial emperor seems to have some connection with the battle emperor. He may be a subordinate of the battle emperor. A subordinate of the battle emperor? You're thinking too much. That's just a show for outsiders to see. This martial emperor is not a simple character. How could he possibly submit to the battle emperor? Although the battle emperor is powerful, I'm afraid he won't be able to control him. The simplest point is that the first thing he did when he arrived at the divine capital of fortune was not to pay a visit to the battle emperor. Perhaps the battle emperor has the intention to take care of him, but it's not to that extent, Huang said. As she spoke, she stretched slightly, revealing the beautiful curves of her body. Her expression was languid, like a kitten. My lord, why do you value him so much? There are countless people in the Fortune Divine Capital who want to join our Clear Sky Association. It's fine if he doesn't know how to appreciate favors. the peak quasi-emperor said without looking sideways. He didn't dare to look at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Idiot, can an ordinary emperor be compared to him? Moreover, I've checked all his information. Since he came to the Fortune Divine dynasty, it's only been a short time, but he has already entered the 7th realm from the 3rd realm. This speed is amazing. His future achievements are simply limitless. If we don't win over such a talent, should we wait for him to be won over by others? Huang's expression returned to normal. She looked a little more decisive and heroic, and a little less languid. Due to the imperfection of the world's laws, emperors from other worlds will have a big breakthrough in their strength in a short period of time after coming to the Fortune God dynasty. This is a very common thing, but his rate of improvement is really shocking. We must think of a way to win him over, Huang said. A glint of wisdom flickered in her eyes. No one knew what she was planning. Yi Shiwen and Emperor Li came out of the box together. Yi Shiwen casually casted a magical power to isolate the probing. Then he said, "Friend Emperor Li, who is this Huang? She can even make things difficult for you." Seeing this, Emperor Li stopped and said, "She is not the one who makes things difficult for me. It is the Blue Sky Association that she represents." Is the Clear Sky Association very powerful? Is it more powerful than your Ministry of Justice? Yi Shiwen asked. As far as he knew, in the Fortune God dynasty, the Ministry of Justice was one of the top departments. Whether it was strength or connections, they were all over the Fortune God dynasty. Emperor Li had stepped into the 7th realm and was regarded as the chief official of the Ministry of Justice. He was valued by the higher-ups and was heavily groomed. His identity and status were no longer the same as before. Unexpectedly, there was still an existence that could make him wary. That's not it. You can't compare them like this. The Ministry of Justice is a big department established by the Fortune God dynasty. Naturally, there are many experts. However, this Blue Sky Association is not a regular department of the Fortune God dynasty. In fact, it can't even be considered a subordinate of the Fortune God dynasty. It is a civilian organization, Emperor Li said. A civilian organization actually dares to invite you, the chief official of the Ministry of Justice, to join them. They are too bold. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but say in surprise. This was blatantly recruiting an official of the Fortune God dynasty. It was simply courting death. Even if the Battle Emperor wanted to recruit him, he would have to do it in the name of the Fortune God dynasty. Not to mention, it was a civilian organization. Who was this Blue Sky Association? In short, it is very complicated. There is an extremely powerful person behind this Blue Sky Association. Even I don't know who he is. Maybe I will find out when I become the chief official of the Ministry of Justice one day. Emperor Li continued, if it was an ordinary civilian organization that dared to recruit experts of the Fortune God dynasty so blatantly, it would be equivalent to a rebellion. It would be destroyed in minutes. However, this Blue Sky Association is different. Although I don't know who that powerful person is. As far as I know, those who can join the Blue Sky Association and become official members are all above the 7th realm without exception. In the past, with my cultivation, I didn't have the right to be recruited. It's just that a while ago, when I entered the 7th realm, I received an invitation from the Green Sky Association, but I rejected it. I have a position in the Ministry of Justice. So how could I join this kind of civilian organization? Emperor Li had only said a few words, but he had already sketched out a colossus in Yi Shiwen's mind. This organization had a huge background, and it had the backing of a big shot. Moreover, the starting requirement to join the organization was the 7th realm or above. This Blue Sky Association was absolutely not nervous. This made Yi Shiwen a little vigilant. He was only at the 7th realm. He could be considered strong, but he could also be considered weak. If someone wanted to torture him, he was afraid that it would be really difficult. Judging from today's situation, Taoist Wu Di, you should be under the nose of the Azure Dragon Association. I am afraid that there will be trouble in the future. Emperor Li said, I am the chief official of the Ministry of Justice. No matter how bold they are, they will not dare to do anything to me. But Taoist Wu Di, you are only a nominal inspector of the 4 prefectures. When the time comes, they will inevitably come looking for you. I don't know where this Huang came from, and what is her status in the Azure Dragon Association? Yi Shiwen asked. Compared to Emperor Li, he was more afraid of this Huang. She actually had an aura that even he was afraid of. This Huang is a peerless master who has risen in recent years. Her cultivation time is not as long as mine, but her cultivation speed is faster than mine. I have just stepped into the 7th realm, but she is said to have already stepped into the 7th realm. Since her debut, she has been the military advisor of the Azure Dragon Association. It is said that many of the action plans of the Azure Dragon Association came from her. Therefore, she is a very difficult person to deal with. If you can avoid her, it is best not to. Emperor Li said. He naturally understood that these words, especially the last suggestion, were more or less deep words. However, he still remembered that Yi Shiwen had helped him in the past. At this time, he could not bear to see Shiwen fall into a quagmire, so he opened his mouth to remind him. This Blue Sky Association sounds very powerful. I don't know what this Blue Sky Association is for. How can the higher-ups of the Divine Dynasty tolerate the existence of such an organization? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. Sai, I'm not very clear about the specifics, Emperor Li said. I only know that many members of the Blue Sky Association are interested in reforming the current situation of the Shenyang dynasty. They want to restore the prestige of the Shenyang dynasty. Instead of calling them an organization, they are more like a like-minded society. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised that such an organization had appeared. It seemed that there was something wrong with the Fortune God dynasty. Otherwise, the Clear Sky Association wouldn't have appeared. Regardless of whether their plot was true or false, the fact that they had a slogan that everyone knew was enough to explain some problems. However, according to the situation, he understood the Divine Dynasty was indeed not as powerful as it was in its heyday. The local powerful clans and sects ran amok, and the foreign expeditions had gradually changed from the original offensive to the defensive. This scene seemed like the scene of a dynasty falling into a dead end. Suddenly, he felt that a storm was coming. The Divine Dynasty was far from being as powerful and mysterious as he had imagined. However, he was not willing to care about these things. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. I understand, but I don't want to care too much. Let's go in and eat. Yi Shiwen said. Emperor Li nodded slightly, and then led Yi Shiwen into a private room. This was a private room that he had reserved for a long time. It could be opened at any time. Soon, in the drunken immortal source, many delicious wines and delicacies were served. The two exchanged toasts, and it seemed that the previous incident with the Huang had not affected the host and guest. After eating, Yi Shiwen did not stay for long. After bidding farewell to Emperor Li, he went to visit the Battle Emperor. In any case, the Battle Emperor had fought for the identity of the 4 prefectures' patrol envoy and other rewards for him, which had benefited him a lot. In any case, he had to pay a visit to the divine capital of fortune. However, when he found the Battle Emperor's mansion, he was told that the Battle Emperor had already left the divine capital of fortune. It seemed that he had gone to suppress a rebellion, and it was unknown when he would return. Yi Shiwen was slightly surprised. He was very clear about the strength of the Battle Emperor. It could be said that he was unfathomable. What kind of rebellion would require such a powerful figure like the Battle Emperor to go? However, he did not ask much. Since the Battle Emperor was not around, he went directly to the Martial Creation Pavilion. Although it was his first time coming to the divine capital of fortune, he had already asked Emperor Li for a map of the divine capital of fortune during the banquet. Although it did not involve any secrets, some key points were marked on it. After finding it, Yi Shiwen did not need to search blindly like a headless fly. Martial Creation Pavilion. For bold and powerful words floated in the clouds, faintly discernible. Every word seemed to contain endless great Tao, deeply engraved in the void. Yi Shiwen finally arrived at the Martial Creation Pavilion. His arrival quickly attracted the attention of some powerful existences, and divine senses swept over him one after another. I am a martial emperor. I have received orders to come to the Martial Creation Pavilion to comprehend martial arts. Yi Shiwen said, "You are indeed a martial emperor. You can go in, but you must remember that your time is limited. Remember to come out before the time limit." An old voice said, Chapter 3204. The guards of the Martial Creation Pavilion had already confirmed Yi Shiwen's identity, but the figure had never appeared. Yi Shiwen tried to find him with his divine senses, but there was still no trace of him. However, Yi Shiwen gave up immediately. This was the Martial Creation Pavilion, the holy land of martial arts in the entire Fortune God dynasty. How could there not be a powerful existence guarding it? Suddenly, a sound of Tao came from afar, and Tao flowers scattered in the sky. A luxurious carriage came from the sky. An entire carriage was like a gorgeous palace. Yi Shiwen could see that inside this magnificent palace, there were countless fairies dancing gracefully. Countless strong men were accompanying them. It seemed as if they were serving a supreme existence. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Among the emperors, there were existences who lived like ascetics, and there were also existences who lived extremely luxurious lives. There was no right or wrong. The path of an emperor was walked by oneself. To be able to reach this step, there was no right or wrong. It was just that the path was different. An emperor had his own majesty. However, Yi Shiwen did not provoke him. Instead, he saw someone flying out from the carriage palace, heading straight towards Yi Shiwen. It was a woman with a refined temperament, dressed in a gorgeous palace dress. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was outstanding. However, there was a somewhat arrogant look on her face. "Are you that martial emperor Yi Shiwen?" the woman said. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly, feeling unhappy. He could see through this woman's cultivation with just a glance. She was only in the divine king realm. Not only did she not show proper etiquette in front of him, but she actually dared to be so arrogant. The more powerful a person was, the more they could not tolerate the slightest bit of disobedience from others. "Who are you?" Yi Shiwen asked. "You don't need to know who I am. My lord ordered me to come here to tell you that you dared to annihilate the Light Clan. It is a crime punishable by death. But as long as you hand over 60% of the profits of the 4 prefectures, my lord will forgive your reckless action this time." The woman said arrogantly, "As for who my lord is, I think you have a way to find out." "Are you from Emperor Tianyi's mansion?" Yi Shiwen said coldly. If he didn't know the identity of the person who had come, he knew now. It was because Emperor Tianyi was the backer of the Light Clan. He was also an extremely powerful emperor in the Fortune God dynasty. It was said that he had entered the 9th realm and was an existence that could summon the wind and rain in the Fortune God dynasty. "That's right. Since you already know about my master, I advise you to find a day to come and apologize. As long as you are willing to submit to my master, your position in the human race will be as stable as Mount Tai." The woman said, as if it was a matter of course, "Kneel." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The arrogant woman immediately cried out in alarm. Then her body involuntarily knelt down, trembling. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stand up again, as if she was suppressed by some kind of power, but she couldn't find a trace of it at all. At this moment, a great fear crept into her heart. She finally remembered who this person before her was. He was an iron-blooded person who had massacred the upper echelons of the 4 prefectures in a short period of time and single-handedly pacified the 4 prefectures. Putting aside his identity, just his strength alone was that of a high and mighty god emperor. What did she count for? In the eyes of the vast majority of people, a god king was indeed awe-inspiring, but in the face of a god emperor it was nothing. Moreover, this person had slaughtered more than 10 imperial monarchs in the 4 prefectures. 10 imperial monarchs. Just thinking about it caused her entire body to tremble. She didn't have such a feeling in the past because she had that extremely powerful existence standing behind her. Everyone would give her some face, and as time passed, even she herself forgot that she was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might to intimidate others. She wasn't that tiger herself. At this moment, the fear of the emperor that was suppressed in the bottom of her heart suddenly crawled all over her body. She finally understood why she couldn't get up. It was not because of Yi Shiwen's influence. It was simply the suppression of a different level of life. How dare you! After the fear spread all over her body, she let out a sharp scream, trying to dispel the fear in her heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Yi Shiwen sneered. She was just a fox using a tiger's power to intimidate others. He didn't even bother to argue with her. What he was thinking about was not the matter in front of him at all. The powerful overlords who ran amok in a region were all simple people. Most of them had their own backers in the central region. The powerhouses of the Fortune God dynasty who served in the central region did not have their own exclusive territory. It was impossible for them to have a continuous income. At this time, it was quite important for the people below them to seek refuge. Previously, because the human race couldn't find a backer, it was slowly eroded by the Light Clan. In the end, only half of the human race was left. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen's return, it would not be surprising that the human race would be annihilated by the Light Clan one day in the future. Perhaps they would leave the human province and find another place to live. The reason why the human race couldn't find a backer was related to Emperor Tian-Yi. If it weren't for his obstruction with the human race's situation, as long as they were willing to transfer benefits, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find a reliable backer. It was Emperor Tian-Yi who obstructed them. Obviously, Emperor Tian-Yi supported the Light Clan and hoped that the Light Clan would replace the human race to become the overlord of the human province. Although Emperor Tian-Yi couldn't directly take action because of the rules of the Fortune God dynasty, with his tyrannical existence, as long as he played tricks behind the scenes, it was enough to make the human race passive. Now, he actually asked for 60% of the income of the 4 provinces. It was simply taking drastic measures. Generally, this kind of transfer of benefits was only 10% to 20%. After all, the local powerful clans still needed to develop. How could they give more? Taking away 60% in one go was tantamount to making the human race have no more potential to develop in the future. Any race that wished to develop would have to rely on countless resources. This was an unchanging truth. Even now, Emperor Skywing was still scheming against the human race. How could Yi Shiwen not be angry? Originally, he only had the offerings of the Light Clan. Now that it had expanded to the 4 provinces, the ratio of offerings was even higher. Did Emperor Tian-Yi really think that Yi Shiwen would swallow his anger and endure it? He was really confident. After being high and mighty for so many years, he probably didn't understand and didn't want to think about what other people thought. Yi Shiwen naturally understood. As the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price and pay the low price. However, Yi Shiwen didn't even have the intention to pay the low price. The human race still had to walk their own path. There would never be a day of success if they relied on others. Moreover, in his opinion, if he really wanted to rely on someone, wasn't the Battle Emperor much stronger than Emperor Tian-Yi? Even if Emperor Tian-Yi had entered the 9th realm, he still couldn't be compared to Battle Emperor, who had followed the Fortune God Heaven Lord to battle everywhere since the era of the Fortune God Heaven Lord. After thinking about this, Yi Shiwen wouldn't give Emperor Tian-Yi any face at all. Moreover, in his opinion, Emperor Tian-Yi simply had another plot. It was useless to compromise or not. How dare you! Suddenly, A deep and cold voice came from the palace of the carriage. Yi Shiwen didn't pay attention to the woman who was kneeling on the ground. He just looked at the carriage. In the carriage, an aura was gradually getting stronger. Suddenly, a figure jumped out and instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, a long blade appeared in his hand. It emitted an astonishing ray of light and split the sky curtain in half. It then rushed directly towards Yi Shiwen's face. "Child's play!" Yi Shiwen shouted and directly punched out. This punch disrupted the heaven and earth. It was completely chaotic and transformed into 6 paths of reincarnation. Bang! The long saber was smashed into pieces on the spot, and the saber light collapsed. The long saber also turned into a mass of spiritual qi, which dispersed in all directions. This was not a real Tao artifact. It was just condensed from the spiritual qi of the world. It might be useful to deal with ordinary people. However, for Yi Shiwen, he wasn't even afraid of Tao tools. He even dared to resist it, let alone this kind of weapon that was condensed from spiritual energy. And in front of him, a figure finally emerged. It was a man in a luxurious robe with a dignified face. Behind him, there was a pair of wings. One could vaguely see the condensation of the Tao. The runes on the wings flowed like flowing water. These were not ordinary wings, but Tao wings. The wings were condensed from the Tao. This was obviously a very powerful Tao, and these Tao wings were the concentrated embodiment of this Tao. "You are Emperor Tian Yi?" Yi Shiwen asked. "How dare you? I kindly gave you a way to live, but you dare not cherish it." Emperor Tian Yi didn't answer, but he just said, coldly, "Kindly gave me a way to live? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think this is a way to live?" Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. His expression became colder and colder. The person in front of him looked so repulsive. "Young man, I know you came from the outside world, but the Fortune God dynasty isn't as simple as you think. Do you think you can protect the land of the 4 states alone?" Emperor Tian Yi asked coldly. "You don't have to worry about whether I can protect it or not. You want me to rely on you? You'd better save it." Yi Shiwen also said not to be outdone. "Stubborn." Imperial Lord Skywing let out a loud roar and roared in anger. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and a long saber appeared on the spot. He swept it out, and the saber light transformed into a terrifying vortex of the great Tao that slashed downwards. "I already said that you want to hurt me with this level of attack." Yi Shiwen sneered. He reached out with one hand and turned it into a dragon claw, directly tearing the saber shadow apart. Then his claw grabbed Emperor Tian Yi's chest and blasted him away on the spot. Chapter 3205. Bang! Sovereign Lord Heavenly Wing grunted, and his body was sent flying. Wherever his body passed, black cracks would appear in the sky. If they weren't in the divine capital of fortune, such power would be enough to destroy a world. A bloody hole appeared in Monarch Skywing's chest. Cries of shock rang out from within the palace as well. None of them had expected that Monarch Skywing would actually be heavily injured, even though he had personally attacked. Good, 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 very good. Emperor Tian Yi was so angry that he laughed. Blue veins appeared on his face. He was angry and anxious. He never thought that Yi Shiwen would force him to this extent. If Emperor Tian Yi was here, I might be afraid of him. It's still too early for you to act like a tyrant in front of me with just a Taoist body, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He had already noticed that Emperor Tian Yi was merely a Taoist body. However, this Taoist body was different from the ordinary Taoist body that was condensed from a little spirit. It was cultivated using a secret technique. Its strength was very strong. It was even stronger than an ordinary emperor. Therefore, Emperor Tian Yi dared to attack him, but he never expected that he would be much stronger than he imagined. Not bad. At this time in the void, some experts were communicating with their divine senses. These were the top existences who usually guarded the Fortune Martial Pavilion. With their ability, they could naturally see that Emperor Tian Yi was just a Taoist body here. But they did not expect that Yi Shiwen could easily defeat Emperor Tian Yi's Taoist body. Although it was just a Taoist body, Emperor Tian Yi's ability was enough to suppress ordinary Emperor Lords. This is definitely not an ordinary seventh realm. It is indeed not a fluke that he is allowed to enter the Fortune Martial Pavilion to cultivate. These experts were stationed in the Fortune Martial Pavilion all year round, so they did not know what was happening outside. They could only vaguely know about it. I have seen his recommendation letter. It said that he was allowed to enter the Fortune Martial Pavilion because of his meritorious service in stopping the foreign creatures from invading Storm City. He is allowed to enter just by stopping the foreign creatures. It seems that he has done a lot of meritorious service. Emperor Tian Yi is definitely not a person who will swallow humiliation. This is interesting. But is it really good to let them continue fighting here? Someone asked with uncertainty. As long as they don't enter the Creation Martial Pavilion, who cares if they die? Someone said without a care in the world. Martial Emperor, how dare you? Emperor Skywing rose to his feet. Although he was just a Tao body, he naturally had his own dignity. He wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him at all. Get lost, Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Emperor Skywing bellowed and formed a seal. A mysterious power seemed to tear open a huge hole in the void. Then a powerful force surged into Emperor Skywing's body like a river. That kind of power was clearly the same. Yi Shiwen's pupils contracted slightly. It was Emperor Tian Yi's main body that had made a move. He had made a move from a distant place. At this moment, the demon wings on Yi Shiwen's back suddenly spread open. His main body instantly flew out and instantly appeared in front of Emperor Tian Yi. 6 paths of reincarnation. Yi Shiwen bellowed and punched out directly. Emperor Tian Yi's face was filled with shock and anger. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to dare to attack so directly. The pair of Tao wings behind him flew in front to block Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. But how could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? He shattered the entire Tao wings with a punch. Rumble! A series of loud explosions rang out. The sound of the Tao was real, and the wings of the Tao were shattered, turning into waves of sound that spread out in all directions. Bang! After Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist shattered the Tao wings, it didn't lose its momentum. It was like a hot knife through butter and suddenly hit Emperor Tian Yi's chest. Puff! Emperor Tian Yi suddenly groaned. He felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body retreated continuously and couldn't stop at all. The channel in the void that transmitted power also completely collapsed at this moment. Under the situation where Emperor Tian Yi himself was blasted away, there was no way for the channel to be maintained. The divine king woman who was kneeling on the ground was directly swept into ashes in such a collision. Both sides didn't care about her existence and couldn't even be bothered to care about her. Naturally, she couldn't resist and died a tragic death. Bang! Emperor Tian Yi hadn't stabilized his footing when Yi Shiwen punched again. It was as if the power of the entire world was concentrated in this punch. He was blasted away on the spot and directly hit the carriage palace. However, the carriage palace was obviously also a high-grade magic tool. It didn't turn into ashes from the collision. Only a series of exclamations came from it. Many people were blasted away by the power transmitted from inside. Martial Emperor, you actually dare to attack me. You are dead. You have really angered me. When my main body arrives, it will be the time of your death. Emperor Tian Yi roared. His life source was burning, and even the Great Way Law was burning. All the power in his body was concentrated on his wings, and there was a terrifying flame burning. This was a method of mutual destruction. Even if he could defeat his opponent, he wouldn't be much better off. However, he couldn't care about this at this moment. Moreover, although he was condensed by a secret technique, he was only a Tao body. If he really died, it wouldn't affect his main body much. Therefore, he wanted to save his face at this time. So, he truly displayed his final trump card. His wings carried unimaginable power and converged into a torrent. It formed a kingdom and rushed towards Yi Shiwen to annihilate him. He vowed to kill Yi Shiwen on the spot. At this moment, even the many powerhouses in the void who didn't show themselves could feel the power contained in this torrent. Emperor Tian Yi is going all out. I'm afraid he has really been provoked this time. Isn't that so? This martial emperor is going to be in trouble. Humph. Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. He just snorted coldly and then blasted a punch. Facing the torrent, swept by Emperor Tian Yi, he didn't dodge and blasted it fiercely. Bang! This torrent seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence, and it collapsed. It couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. Then Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist turned into the Avicii sword in an instant. Pucci, the sword of Avicii, pierced through Empyrean Lord Skywing. The core within Empyrean Lord Skywing's body, the core that maintained the secret art, was also pierced into powder. Empyrean Lord Skywing's body was finally unable to hold on any longer, and it began to collapse inch by inch. After killing Emperor Tian Yi, Yi Shiwen just looked coldly into the distance. There was a pair of eyes staring at him. Obviously, they hated him to death. However, Yi Shiwen didn't take this matter to heart. He was too clear that the weak were prey to the strong in this world. If he agreed to Emperor Tian Yi's request, then the backing of the dark race and the backing of the stone race would come looking for trouble with him. What should he say then? In the face of such a dangerous situation, it could only be said that it was like a boat sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. If he retreated, these people wouldn't let him go, and it would only fuel his arrogance. After killing Emperor Tian Yi, Yi Shiwen was about to keep the carriage palace into his pocket. However, when Yi Shiwen wasn't paying attention, Emperor Tian Yi directly escaped and turned into a ray of light to escape. Yi Shiwen didn't want to chase after him because he clearly felt that a powerful aura was coming. Yi Shiwen, who was slightly regretful, turned around and stepped into the martial creation pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the martial creation pavilion, he immediately felt a force of space acting on his body, sending him into another world. Yi Shiwen stepped into the Fortune Martial Pavilion and immediately saw rows and rows of huge bookshelves. Books were placed on the bookshelves. Some were martial arts manuals, some were magical secret techniques, some were classics, and some were personal notes. There were all kinds of books. Everything that one could wish for was here. Even with Yi Shiwen's eyesight, he couldn't see the end at all. This was indeed the true core of the entire Fortune God dynasty, the martial arts holy land of the entire Fortune domain. Moreover, Yi Shiwen opened his double pupils and could see that each of these books had been accumulated over a long period of time. After being baptized by the spiritual power of heaven and earth, they had actually formed secret realms and kingdoms. Some were military books. One could hear the sound of killing everywhere. One after another, the sound was deafening. The neat, murderous aura seemed to penetrate through the books and affect the world. In the books, Yi Shiwen could see all kinds of military tactics. They were actually alive, constantly repeating and practicing in that side of the world. As the number of times they were practiced increased, these military tactics actually became more and more exquisite. This made Yi Shiwen click his tongue in amazement. He had seen ancient books evolve the true meaning of the book, but he had never seen these ancient books evolve by themselves. Moreover, the more they evolved, the more perfect they became. This wasn't something that could be achieved by ordinary means. This meant that these ancient books had truly developed their own will, and were not simply the embodiment of the contents of the books. This martial creation pavilion was really amazing. Yi Shiwen looked as far as his eyes could see. In addition to these military books, he could see many classics of various clans. Each of these classics was describing a kind of profound meaning, a kind of Tao, and a kind of profound meaning. Each word represented a kind of Tao and was very outstanding. Even Yi Shiwen felt that it was an eye-opener when he saw many of the Tao. He did not expect that there was such a wonderful Tao in this world. Although it was not as good as his Tao, it was still a very good supplement for him. In addition to these, there were some martial arts manuals and magical secret techniques. They actually transformed into human figures, practicing martial arts and magical techniques. Chapter 3206. The creation martial pavilion was indeed extraordinary. Yi Shiwen could see a powerful aura seeping out wherever he looked. It was often left behind by the ancient books. The essence, qi, and spirit condensed and did not dissipate. After many years, it finally formed an essential change. If Yi Shiwen wrote the scriptures carefully, he would naturally be able to achieve such an effect. This was an ability that only an emperor could have. His words were the law, and whatever he wrote was the great Tao. The great Tao that was originally unfathomable, unseen, and untouchable was completely manifested in the hands of these emperors. However, if an ordinary force had an ancient book left behind by an emperor, it would be the most precious of treasures. But here it was everywhere. The Fortune God dynasty had been established for countless years. In this process, it was impossible to count how many monarchs had been born and how many monarchs had fallen. Even a colossus like the Heavenly Tao sect might not even have a tenth of the Fortune Martial Pavilion's collection of ancient books and records. This was the real reason why the Fortune Divine Dynasty could rule the world and suppress all forces. Relying on these treasures, the Fortune Divine Dynasty could continuously produce new Emperor Realm experts. And Emperor Realm experts who joined the Fortune Divine Dynasty could grow continuously. Whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, they could suppress all forces in the world. If Yi Shiwen had not chosen to join the Fortune God Dynasty, he would not have had the opportunity to enter this place. Although Yi Shiwen also knew that he was at most a high-status non-staff member in the Fortune God Dynasty and was not an elite talent cultivated by the Fortune God Dynasty, Yi Shiwen did not care. The waters of the Fortune God Dynasty were too deep. Whether he could stir up trouble or not was one thing. He did not have the intention to do so. How to enter the 8th realm was the most important thing. Once he entered the 8th realm, he would not be far from the 9th realm. In this era where heavenly masters were in hiding, the 9th realm was enough to do many things. Yi Shiwen walked forward and arrived in front of an ancient book. This ancient book was filled with a cold aura. Every molecule of this aura was composed of the talisman of the great Tao. It was left behind by an emperor who was proficient in the ice Tao. Yi Shiwen gradually unraveled the many mysteries in this ancient book. Although they were both emperor monarchs, Yi Shiwen's strength was stronger than this emperor monarch, who was proficient in ice Tao. In other words, Yi Shiwen's strength and realm were higher than when he had left this ancient book. He would not be able to cultivate in this place for a long time, just 1,000 years. Although it might seem like a long time, for sovereign emperors, this amount of time was nothing more than a split second. How much one could comprehend depended on the individual. Therefore, many people would only come here when they were about to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Every opportunity to come here was extremely rare and required many battle merits to exchange for it. However, more than 1,000 years was enough for him to do a lot of things. After all, he had the help of the mysterious space. As long as the dragon vein could provide him with an endless supply of energy, he would be hundreds or even thousands of times more efficient than others. Soon, the word ice appeared in front of Yi Shiwen's eyes. It was condensed from the comprehension of the great way of ice described in this ancient book and supplemented Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial paths originally, with Yi Shiwen's own strength. Even if he could deduce the 3,000 martial paths, it would be relatively limited. However, it was different now. With the help of the power of these emperor monarchs, the deduction speed of his 3,000 martial paths was even faster. There was no weakness at all. This was his Tao and the foundation of his invincibility. Yi Shiwen grabbed the word ice in his hand and directly immersed it into his body. After that, he did not hesitate. He walked and stopped along the way, all the way inside. His reading speed was extremely fast. He could almost finish reading very quickly. He also comprehended the great Tao that belonged to him and integrated it into the 3,000 martial paths. In the end, Yi Shiwen directly evolved 3,000 figures. It was the 3,000 martial paths. Each martial path transformed into a human figure. Then they flew towards the ancient book in the huge martial creation pavilion that matched his own great Tao. They absorbed the thoughts within and produced their own comprehensions. In an instant, Yi Shiwen's comprehension speed was almost 1,000 times faster. Fortunately, the mysterious space was processing this information. Otherwise, even with Yi Shiwen's ability, he could not process so many things at the same time. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen only felt that many comprehensions were surging towards him like a tide. They were directly imprinted into the depths of his soul. Every kind of comprehension, as long as he saw it once, would not be forgotten. He felt that his originally incomparably sturdy eighth realm barrier had begun to loosen. Although these great Tao were left behind by the various emperor monarchs, not all of them were compatible with him. In fact, there was a huge difference between the paths they took. It was like one was towards the light, while the other was towards the darkness. They were two completely different paths. On the path of an emperor monarch, it was rare for there to be a repetition. They were all completely different. However, stones from mountains could be used to improve jade. To Yi Shiwen, these people's great Tao often gave him the feeling that he had obtained the most precious treasure. It might be difficult to find in other places, but here, in this vast sea of ancient books, there would always be some that made Yi Shiwen feel amazed. Therefore, Yi Shiwen felt that his own realm was rising. The more his 3,000 great Tao was perfected, the smoother his future path would be. Stepping into the 8th realm was not the end. He still had to step into the 9th realm, and even the supreme heavenly Lord realm, until he obtained the good fortune realm. And everything he was doing now was for the sake of this goal. Every minute and every second, Yi Shiwen's aura was rising. There seemed to be no end to it. It was like a torrential mountain torrent, pounding against some solid existence. Behind him, many martial arts also appeared. Under the illumination of the enlightening mind ancient tree, they emitted colorful rays of light. At the same time, in front of Yi Shiwen, the mysterious creation pill floated up and down, constantly rotating. Every time it rotated, a long river of pill energy would be separated and then poured into Yi Shiwen's mouth. Every time Yi Shiwen absorbed a portion of the pill energy from the mysterious creation pill, he would rapidly transform it into strength. This speed could be said to be extremely shocking. Perhaps an ordinary emperor monarch would need to cultivate for a year to be able to transform his strength. With the support of the mysterious creation pill, he only needed 1 day to achieve this. And while he was absorbing the pill energy from the mysterious creation pill, the mysterious creation pill was also gradually shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pill energy had been absorbed by Yi Shiwen, so naturally there was not much left. Finally, when there was only 1/3 of the mysterious creation pill left, Yi Shiwen felt that the power in his body had accumulated to an astonishing level. It was like a flood that had accumulated for countless years, and it was finally time to erupt. Boom! Suddenly, the aura on Yi Shiwen's body had climbed to the peak, and it seemed as if it had finally broken through some obstacles. It rushed over in one breath, and then this aura grew bigger and bigger, as if it had washed away all the barriers in the blink of an eye. Originally, when he had just broken through, it was possible for his realm to regress again. However, Yi Shiwen's martial power had accumulated to the limit. Under his many calculations, The accumulation of his martial power had long been unfathomable, so he rushed over in one breath. There was no need to stabilize his realm, because it had been directly stabilized, so it was impossible for his realm to fall again. After stepping into the 8th realm, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that his martial power had improved a lot, and his understanding of the Great Way seemed to have improved a lot. It was like there was originally a piece of cloth that covered your eyes, but now, after Yi Shiwen had used his own efforts to remove this piece of cloth, everything suddenly became clear, and everything was under his control. Although he had just broken through not long ago, based on his understanding of himself, he was afraid that the current him could easily defeat the original peak of the 7th realm. It was just a breakthrough, but everything was completely different. The methods that could be used in the 8th realm, the heavenly way that could be comprehended, were not comparable to those in the 7th realm at all. This point he had truly understood, and truly understood after truly stepping into this realm. There were 9 realms of imperial monarchs, and the gap between every single realm was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Every single imperial monarch was an extraordinary genius, but even then there were countless imperial monarchs that were trapped in the 1st realm and were unable to advance even an inch for tens of millions of years. Yi Shiwen's progress was already very shocking. I finally stepped into the 8th realm, just as I expected. In the martial creation pavilion, cultivation is really fast. Yi Shiwen said slowly. This was just as he had expected. After spending 300 years, he had finally stepped into the 8th realm. But in these 300 years, he had also consumed more than half of the dragon vein in his body. Every martial Tao that was comprehended in those martial Tao incarnations could not be completely comprehended without the mysterious space, and that mysterious space had to devour countless energy. These accumulated enough to make an ordinary Emperor Lord's heart ache, but Yi Shiwen did not care. The most important thing was to increase his strength. Everything else was fleeting. After stepping into the 8th realm, even if Emperor Tian-Yi personally came, it would be impossible to kill him. In other words, he had the ability to protect himself in front of experts in the 9th realm of Emperor Lord. This was the most important thing. With such strength as a foundation, he did not need to worry about the threat of Emperor Tian-Yi and the others. He had pacified the 4 provinces, but he did not only touch Emperor Tian-Yi alone. It was just that those people behind the scenes had not appeared yet, but Yi Shiwen did not doubt that they would make a move sooner or later. Therefore, Yi Shiwen did not care about the price. Only by increasing his strength to the point where he could protect himself before they made a move was the way of the king. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen's eyes were resolute. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the depths of the martial creation pavilion. Chapter 3207. In the depths of the martial creation pavilion, there was a country of flames, a world of flames. There was nothing in this world, only endless flames burning. The endless flames were the existence that made up everything. However, within these flames, there were also some fire spirits born. These fire spirits quickly developed and became famous, forming countries. They fought against each other and gave birth to the god of flames, the divine kingdom of flames. Everything was related to flames. It completely went against the principles of life and gave birth to a world. Suddenly, on this day, a huge hand came from the horizon and grabbed towards the entire world. Countless flame gods flew up in an attempt to defend against it. However, they were unable to do anything at all, let alone them. Even their worlds were destroyed by that gigantic hand in an instant. It turned into a ball of the most original flame. Yi Shiwen looked at the original flame in his hand and immediately extinguished it. It integrated into his body and was devoured by the fire phoenix in his body. That was formed by the Nanming leaf fire. In front of him, the original kingdom of flames turned back into a classic. There was only one word on it. The original world of flames and the kingdom of flames were also evolved from this word. Although Yi Shiwen had taken away a part of the original flame, it would soon evolve again. Yi Shiwen did not intend to take the entire classic away. These different ways of flames could improve his understanding of the way of flames. It was also extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Nanming leaf fire. He also insisted on using the Nanming leaf fire as the main one. All the other flames were absorbed into it and formed a huge flame cultivation system. There were simply too many countries and worlds formed because of the classic in the Martial Creation Pavilion. It was impossible to count them all. In the blink of an eye, another 500 years had passed. He had been in the Martial Creation Pavilion for more than half of 1,000 years. In these 500 years, his cultivation had become more and more profound. He had completely absorbed the Xian creation pill. The medicinal power of these pills had been completely transformed into his cultivation, increasing his strength bit by bit. In just 500 years, he was no longer at the bottom of the 8th realm. He could even feel that he had touched the peak of the 8th realm. He was only a little bit away. This was the result of him absorbing the great Tao and comprehending the great Tao left behind by the sovereign emperors without stopping for a single moment over the past several hundred years. In these hundreds of years, with the help of the mysterious space, he had seen countless classics. The remaining level 2 dragon vein in his body had been completely consumed. It would be very difficult for him to progress by leaps and bounds like before. After all, the price one had to pay to comprehend without reference and comprehending with reference was completely different. It was almost several times more. Yi Shiwen intended to spend the next 200 years looking around. He didn't necessarily need to understand them, but he needed to remember them. He had an intuition that if he wanted to break through to the 9th realm in the future, these would be the most crucial assistants. They were very important. Suddenly, he felt his heart palpitate. He could only feel the Tao scripture stone in his body start to emit a shocking light. Yi Shiwen did not expect the Tao scripture stone to emit light at this time. In this period of time, most of his attention was placed on the classics in the Martial Creation Pavilion. As for the Tao scripture stone inscription, he had already put it aside. There were not many opportunities to enter the Martial Creation Pavilion, so he naturally had to hurry. As for the Tao scripture stone inscription, he could put it aside. There was still time to comprehend it in the future, so there was no hurry. And at this time, the Tao scripture stone inscription actually began to emit bursts of light. He also felt that the Tao scripture stone inscription seemed to be guiding him towards a certain direction. Yi Shiwen was a little curious because he knew that the Tao scripture stone inscription was originally placed in the Martial Creation Pavilion. Later on, it wandered outside. Could it be that there were mysteries within it that he did not know? He immediately stopped resisting. Instead, he followed the guidance of the Tao scripture stone inscription and flew towards a distant place. Yi Shiwen flew all the way in and saw a huge world appearing in front of him. Compared to the other countries, this world was dozens of times bigger. Moreover, Yi Shiwen could even feel a sense of good fortune in it. The taste of good fortune was present in it. It's actually the feeling of good fortune. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and immediately flew in. He had just entered when he immediately felt that the surrounding world actually began to reject his existence. It was as if the world's will was rejecting him. He immediately activated the Time Robe's divine kingdom of time and drove this repulsive force aside. He wanted to find out why the Tao scripture stone inscription would have such a reaction. What exactly was contained in this world? Therefore, he was not in a hurry to destroy this world. However, he soon discovered a shocking fact. This world was actually the good fortune realm. No, it should be said that it was very similar to the good fortune realm. Because he came from the outside, he was very clear about what the real good fortune realm was like. And this world was very, very similar to the good fortune realm. The mountains, rivers, and even the auras of many forces were exactly the same as the good fortune realm. Could it be that this world was actually a projection of the good fortune realm? Many thoughts flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind. Countless information was being deduced at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar coming from the depths of this world. Who the hell is it? How dare you trespass into this Heavenly Lord's world? Heavenly Lord? What the hell is it? Come out quickly. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly. His entire body's aura spread out. Then he saw that the world that resembled the good fortune realm began to collapse inch by inch. In the end, this was not the real good fortune realm. Otherwise, based on the world's will of the real good fortune realm, it would not be on the verge of collapse from Yi Shiwen's aura. This made Yi Shiwen even more certain that this was simply a counterfeit of the good fortune realm. It was not the real world at all. Humph! Then a figure appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. It was a tall and handsome figure with a supreme aura. Who are you? Yi Shiwen asked. You're really a barbarian. You don't even know this Heavenly Lord, the good fortune Heavenly Lord. This person had a somewhat sneer on his face. It was as if he had seen a country bumpkin. There was even a bit of hidden disdain in his expression. Good fortune Heavenly Lord? Yi Shiwen's heart shook because he suddenly remembered the legendary portrait of the good fortune Heavenly Lord. In the portrait, didn't the good fortune Heavenly Lord look like this? Almost for a moment, he almost thought that this was the rebirth of the good fortune Heavenly Lord. However, he instantly ruled out this speculation because the good fortune Heavenly Lord had the ability to change the world. He was a great figure who had created the good fortune divine dynasty by slaughtering his way out of the endless foreign creatures. During the years when he was in power, the good fortune divine dynasty continued to expand and beat the foreign creatures into a sorry state. The good fortune divine dynasty's territory continued to expand, which led to the current saying that the good fortune divine dynasty had 5 territories. Such a terrifying figure was even above the heavenly masters. How could it be possible for him to hide in this counterfeit good fortune realm? If the good fortune Heavenly Lord wanted to reconstruct the good fortune realm, he would not have created such a counterfeit. Who the hell are you? How dare you pretend to be the good fortune Heavenly Lord? It seems that you are courting death. Yi Shiwen looked coldly at the self-proclaimed good fortune Heavenly Lord in front of him. This Heavenly Lord said that I am the good fortune Heavenly Lord. Why would I lie to you? The good fortune Heavenly Lord said impatiently. He seemed to firmly believe that he was the good fortune Heavenly Lord. Even Yi Shiwen could not see that he was lying. In other words, a person who had reached this stage did not need to lie at all. It was easy to see through. Apart from becoming a laughingstock, there was no use in lying. Moreover, no one would believe that he was pretending to be the good fortune Heavenly Lord. They would know once they tested his strength. It would be easy to see through him. So where did he come from? Since you don't want to admit it, I'll peel off your skin and see what kind of thing you are. Yi Shiwen shouted and stomped on the ground. In an instant, the whole world was filled with cracks. It was as if it had suffered a terrible blow and would be destroyed in the next moment. How dare you? The good fortune Heavenly Lord was furious. Yi Shiwen did not put him in his eyes at all. This made him furious. At this time he finally made his move and shot out a palm. In an instant, it seemed as if only this palm was left in the world. Everything was captured and sucked into it. In other words, this palm of his represented all the great ways. This palm of his could give birth to a world and also destroy a world. Its strength was terrifying to the extreme. Yi Shiwen's expression became slightly dignified. It was not that he had not seen the classical evolution of the world during this period of time. However, those worlds were very fragile and could not withstand a single blow from him. However, the self-proclaimed good fortune Heavenly Lord in front of him was completely different. Not only did he have the realm of an emperor, but he was also not weak among the emperors. This palm faintly contained the transcendental great ways. Just one palm contained everything. It was the first time that Yi Shiwen had seen such a powerful palm technique. However, the more it was so, the more Yi Shiwen was interested in finding out the truth behind all this.